Please take your seats. It's 10 a.m. Excellencies, we are running behind schedule. May I request you all to please take your seats. Dear colleagues, welcome back. I hope you had a wonderful rest and a good breakfast this morning. Before we move with the adoption of our agenda, I would like to inform you of the outcomes of the third meeting of the Bureau. This morning, we were due to start with the examination of the 3 cultural properties located in Europe and North America region that were open for discussion yesterday. However, due to some ongoing consultations, the Bureau this morning recommended that we examine these 3 reports while resuming the plenary this afternoon. Therefore, we will start now with the continuation of the examination of the state of conservation of the natural properties located in Africa and Asia-Pacific regions. In case we finish these reports in the morning, we will directly move on to item 7B on the state of conservation of World Heritage properties in the order indicated in the calendar circulated by the Secretariat yesterday evening. Furthermore, as already informed in the Bureau, following a request by the distinguished delegation of Vietnam, the Bureau recommends that all draft decisions for cultural properties located in the Asia-Pacific region, which are not open for discussion, be adopted as soon as we open Agenda 7B. If you all agree, we will proceed this way. I see no objections. I also wish to recall that the Budget Working Group will start tomorrow from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. in the Bureau meeting room. Thank you very much. Dear committee members, dear colleagues, I hope you had a pleasant evening. We are now going to resume agenda item 7A on the state of conservation reports of the properties inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger. I would now like to give the floor to the delegation of Rwanda to present to the committee the reason it requested to open the state of conservation of Niokolo-Koba National Park, Senegal. The distinguished representative of Rwanda, you have the floor, sir. Rwanda, you have the floor. Can you please start? Go to the next. Senegal, you have the floor.
Yes, Chair, thank you. I think there is a misunderstanding because we received an agenda this morning that shows that for Niokolo-Koba it's for this afternoon. Maybe, I guess for that reason, Rwanda is not in place. So I think that needs to be
Thank you,
verified.
Senegal, that you have said the Secretariat shared with you an agenda in which they put Niokolo in the afternoon. I will give the floor to the Director of the World Heritage Center to respond to you. Mr. Lazar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think this morning at the Bureau, the Chairperson informed the Bureau that due to some ongoing consultations, because we were supposed to start this morning with the examination of the 3 cultural properties located in Europe and North America region. And then the chair this morning informed the Bureau that due to some ongoing consultations, he proposed to the Bureau to have the examination of those properties when we resume the plenary in the afternoon. And the Bureau, of course, agreed with his proposal. And the chair also informed the Bureau that we will start this morning with the continuation of the examination of the state of conservation of natural properties located in the Africa and the Asia Pacific regions. And I think, and the Bureau agreed, and that's the reason why the chairperson just informed the committee member of the deliberations that was taken during the Bureau this morning. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The distinguished representative of Senegal, as you know that the chairperson is informed by the Secretariat of the consultations that's going on, and then we inform the Bureau. So the chairperson was informed that there are consultations going on, and the Bureau agreed. It's a Bureau decision. But because Rwanda is not in a position to present as of now, either we can stall this and go to the next agenda item and efforts be made by Rwanda to appear as soon as possible. Is that acceptable? All right, thank you. I now invite the Director of the World Heritage Center, Mr. Lazar Ilendo Osomo, to read the list of the natural properties inscribed on the list of World Heritage in Danger located in the Africa region, for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. Mr. Lazar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The following properties located in the African regions are proposed for adoption without discussion. Manouvo Gunont Nimba Strict Nature Reserve, Côte d'Ivoire and Guinea. The general decision on the World Heritage properties in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The Garamba National Park in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Kauzi Biega National Park, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Okapi Wildlife Reserve, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Virunga National Park, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Rainforest of the Atinanana, Madagascar, Aïr and Tenere Natural Reserves, Niger, and Selous Game Reserve, United Republic of Tanzania. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. If there is no objection from the committee on these state of conservation reports, I declare the decisions read out adopted. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegations would like to express themselves about one of the properties for which we have adopted the decision without discussion. I see none. Okay. Now, observers requesting the floor on item 7A belonging to non-state parties, the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on World Heritage, you are given the floor. I repeat, the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on World Heritage, you are given the floor. If you would like to take the floor for 2 minutes, you have the floor.
She's not here, Lazar?
All right, they are not here. They have not taken the floor as yet, in spite of reminding 2 times. So there are no more requests for comments or taking the floor. Let's proceed then. I now invite Mr. Lazar Ilendo Osomo, Director of the World Heritage Center, to read the list of the properties of the Asia-Pacific region for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The following 2 properties for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion are Tropical Rainforest Heritage of Sumatra, Indonesia, and East Renel, Solomon Islands. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If there is no objection from the committee on this state of conservation report, I declare the decisions read out adopted. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about the property for which we have adopted the decision without discussion. I see no observer state parties wanting to take the floor. I see none. Let's proceed then. Rwanda, are you ready to take the floor on Niokolo?
Not yet, Mr.
All right.
President.
All right.
Yeah.
7A is not to be closed, and we will give Rwanda a chance later. Till that time, to save time and for better time management, we will be opening 7B now. Dear colleagues, we are now opening item 7B of our agenda. As for item 7A, we will first discuss the reports concerning cultural properties, followed by mixed and natural properties. The regions will be represented in the same regional order as for the item 7A, subject to the request to move the Asia-Pacific region report earlier because of a request made by Vietnam, which we all agreed to. First, we are taking the report of the Asia-Pacific region. I now invite Mr. Lazar Ilondo Osomo to read the list of the cultural properties inscribed on the World Heritage List located in the Asia-Pacific region for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. Mr. Director, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. The following properties, the following cultural properties located in the Asia-Pacific region for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion are Angkor, Cambodia; Kakatiya Rujeshwara Ramappa Temple, Telangana, India; Gusuku site, you want to pronounce it better?
Telangana.
Telangana. I hope I pronounced well. Gusuku site and related properties of the Kingdom of Ryukyu, Japan; Vatpu and associated ancient settlements within the Champasak cultural landscape, Lao People's Democratic Republic; Kathmandu Valley, Nepal; archaeological ruins at Mohenjo-Daro, Pakistan; historical monuments at Makli, Tata, Pakistan; royal tombs of the Joseon Dynasty, Republic of Korea; old town of Gale and its fortifications, Sri Lanka; Itchan Kala, Uzbekistan; and central sector of the imperial citadel of Thăng Long, Hanoi, Vietnam. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If there is no objection from the Committee on the State of Conservation report, I declare the decisions read out as adopted. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about one of the properties for which we have adopted the decision without discussion. Pakistan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to express my gratitude to the committee and Secretariat for the support and technical assistance in conservation of archaeology ruins at Mohenjo-Daro and historical monuments at Makli, Tata. Conservation of World Heritage properties is an undertaking that Pakistan has assumed earnestly. The adopted decision, therefore, will be implemented effectively in close coordination with our provincial and local authorities. Apart from the stipulated reporting, we have maintained avenues of continuous engagement with the World Heritage Center. We will continue with the same spirit to finalize the technical proposal of preservation project of Mohenjo-Daro. As mentioned in the submitted reports, cultural and national heritage sites anywhere are at risk from the devastating impacts of natural disasters and climate change. The 2022 floods dented our conservation efforts at Mohenjo-daro and Makli, thereby highlighting the urgent need for enhancing monitoring of the impact of climate change on such heritage sites. We must also ensure that culture is fully integrated into climate action, strategies and policies to protect our living and non-living heritage. Lastly, we look forward to continue working closely with the World Heritage Center, the committee and the advisory bodies. I thank you.
Thank you. Any other observer state party would like to take the floor? Please raise your name plate. I see none. Let's proceed then. It's okay, Rwanda, you can have 5 more minutes, no problem, no need to rush. I'll carry on with some more items and then give you the floor later. Okay, now we are going to take in the following order: Europe and North America, Latin America and the Caribbean, Africa, Arab states, and then the natural and mixed properties for the Asia and Pacific regions. For the first property, historic centers of Berat and Gjirokastra, Albania, I would like to give the floor to the delegation of Lebanon to present to the committee the reason it requested to open the state of conservation of the historic centers of Berat and Gjirokastra in Albania. The distinguished representative of Lebanon, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Dear Chairperson, distinguished delegates, the cultural property of Historic Center of Berat and Gjirokastra, Albania, have faced several challenges last few years, and among them the bypass road project of Gjirokastra, originally designed to solve underground infrastructure issue. What has retained our attention is the long and complex journey of this project. Submitted first in 2016, the project has benefited of a first technical review from ICOMOS, recommending a substantial revision. After its cancellation announcement in 2019, a second submittal in 2021 by the state party couldn't be evaluated by the World Heritage Center since documents wasn't presented in the official languages. And World Heritage, in its last decision, 44COM 7B1151, requested the SP to halt the project until the findings of the reactive monitoring missions could be shared. The recommendation of the reactive monitoring mission conducted in December 2021 were positive for the revised design, despite the large implementation, more than 50% of the construction work. However, the mission pointed on the potential visual and negative impacts on the OUV and recommended the implementation of an HIA to identify possible mitigation measures. The committee, in its last decision, 45COM7B51 in Riyadh, requested again for integrated HIA, but after total completion of works and to include the bypass in a mobility plan. The question we are raising here is for ICOMOS. Since the operation guidelines have integrated the necessity of performing HIA studies, para 110 and 100 bis, to prevent and mitigate potential impact on OUV, we notice that the state party of Albania, and most probably many others, is in urgent need of capacity building in the field of HIA. How could have been possible to prevent the implementation of such project in absence of an HIA? Where are the gaps? Language, funding resources, lack of technical expertise, and why to investigate for impact after the total implementation of a project? This could be understood as a precedent to be followed by others. Our objective is not to look for responsibilities in this dossier, but to raise the voice on such growing practices for many properties on the list, allowing the implementation of major projects within properties and buffer zone boundaries without HIA. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now invite Ms. Berta de San Cristobal, Chief of the Europe and North America Unit of the World Heritage Center, and ICOMOS to provide their comments. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Good morning to everyone. The analysis by the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies, as included in their report on the state of conservation of this property, emphasizes the importance of a renewed sense of urgency and increased commitment by the state party and the local authorities to ensure that an adequate system of protection and management of the property is in place. Hence, the proposal contained in the draft decision before the committee to continue with a one-year reporting cycle rather than moving to a two-year cycle. The committee has been highlighting the urgent need for an integrated management plan for this serial property since 2017. A request for international assistance from the World Heritage Fund was approved in 2018. This provided funding as well as technical support from ICOMOS and ICROM to assist the national and local authorities together in developing the integrated management plan. A World Heritage Center ICOMOS-ICROM reactive monitoring mission visited the property in 2021 and reported that the completion of the integrated management plan was a matter of urgency. Despite the initial commitment and considerable subsequent work put into the preparation of this plan, the state party has not finalized it. The World Heritage Center considered it essential that the process of updating the draft integrated management plan is resumed on the basis of the recommendations already made by the advisory bodies within the framework of the international assistance from the World Heritage Fund and with the active participation of the local and regional authorities. At its last session, so the first following the reactive monitoring mission, the committee requested the state party to fully implement the recommendations of the mission. With your permission, Mr. Chairperson, my colleague from ICOMOS will comment further aspects that relate more specifically to Lebanon's concern, namely the construction of the Girocastra bypass road, which has now been completed without a heritage impact assessment having been submitted to the center, the incorporation of heritage impact assessment as a legal requirement for development projects and directly into the provisions of the regulations of both Berat and Girocastra, and the conduct of a heritage impact assessment of the cumulative impacts of the development framework called Project for Integrated Urban and Tourism Development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Members of the committee. The issue of HIA is, of course, tied closely to the management plan and development. And ICOMOS has, since 2016, through several technical reviews, provided guidance to the state party, as has already been noted, specifically on the Girocastra bypass road project. As also has been noted, the reactive monitoring mission, which visited the property in 2021, reported that by then approximately 50% of the groundwork for the road had been completed and concluded that the project had an impact and a potential impact on the OUV of the property. And that is why it recommended an independent impact assessment. As a matter of urgency, I should add, as stated, the bypass road is now complete, and unfortunately, such an HIA has not been undertaken. The state party in its latest report does indicate its intention to undertake the HIA, however. At this point, I would like to stress that retrospective HIAs should not be the norm, and this case should not be seen as creating any form of precedent. But this is tied in with other aspects because the mission also reported on the aforementioned project for integrated and urban tourism development and recommended that HIAs should be a legal prerequisite for development projects and directly linked to the provisions of the regulations for both Berat and Gjirokastra. Importantly, the mission also recommended that an impact assessment of the cumulative impacts of the so-called PUITD project and other development projects and its settings should be conducted. So our concern is about more than just the road. The State Party reports that it's requested the urgent submission of individual HIAs for the PUITD project, but the cumulative impacts are our concern. When it comes to the interaction, the interface between the PUITD project and the road project, the concern is how the road facilitates, for instance, the turification of Gjirokastra and might lead to abandonment of homes due to over-tourism in the property. And therefore, we hope that the mitigation measures coming out of an HIA might address access, vehicular access, tourism, over-tourism, etc. With that, I'm just going to state that we believe that with a view to the urgent conservation needs of the property, a broad mobilization is required to preserve its OUV. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments. No. I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46-7B.2 concerning this property, but before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour et bonjour à toutes et à tous. Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement concernant ce point.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare decision 46-7B.2 adopted. Thank you very much. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about this property. I see none. Let's proceed then. We are going to suspend the meeting for 10 minutes for some technical reasons, and we will reconvene after 10 minutes to give the technicians the time to resolve this issue. This meeting is adjourned for 10 minutes. I request you all, you may kindly take your seats. It's past 3 p.m. Dear committee members, dear colleagues, please take your seats. I hope you had a pleasant extended lunch break. We are now going to resume the examination of our agenda item 7A on the state of conservation reports on the properties inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger. However, before that, I will give the floor for a brief period to the person in charge for the technicalities in this room, the Managing Director of RailTel, who will explain to you the difficulties that they faced. You have the floor.
Very good afternoon, everyone. All the dignitaries sitting on the dais and delegates, committee members come to this event. I really apologize for the inconvenience caused due to the unavailability of internet connectivity in this premise, and this has happened due to some unfortunate technical glitch, and our team has identified the same. Some temporary solutions have been provided to the committee members, and rest of the things will be taken care of tonight, and I assure you that tomorrow you will have proper internet connectivity in this hall. Sorry once again, and thank you for bearing with us. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll start now the session with Niokolo-Koba National Park, Senegal. And I would now like to give the floor to the delegation of Rwanda to present to the committee the reason it requested to open the state of conservation of the Niokolo-Koba National Park, Senegal. The distinguished representative of Rwanda, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Tout d'abord, Monsieur le Président, permettez-moi de vous remercier pour votre compréhension et flexibilité suite au léger désagrément matinal. Thank you, Chair, for bearing with Rwanda. Monsieur le Président, merci de nous donner l'opportunité de présenter cet amendement. Le Rwanda a examiné attentivement les rapports techniques et félicite l'État partie et l'organe d'évaluation pour leur investissement dans la mise en application de la Convention. Le parc national de Niokolo-Koba est inscrit sur la liste des biens en péril depuis 17 ans. 17 longues années après lesquelles les raisons même pour lesquelles le site a été mis sur la liste en danger n'existent plus. En effet, le rapport de la mission de suivi réactif a félicité le Sénégal pour les excellents résultats obtenus par les équipes du parc. De plus, il est important de noter que l'État partie soumet chaque année des rapports de suivi écologique. Monsieur le Président, le comité a soulevé des sérieuses questions concernant la durée prolongée pendant laquelle les sites demeurent inscrits sur la liste des biens en danger. En tenant compte des efforts significatifs déployés par l'État partie pour améliorer l'état de conservation du site, il est impératif de réévaluer la situation. Nous comprenons que depuis que le site a été inscrit sur la liste des biens en danger, il y a eu des engagements constants de l'État partie du Sénégal, du Centre du patrimoine mondial et de l'IUCN, même jusqu'à cette session du comité. Des informations pertinentes ont été fournies et nous avons donc proposé quelques amendements au projet de décision afin d'inclure les informations nécessaires pour aider le comité à retirer le site de la liste en danger. Monsieur le Président, le Rwanda est plus que satisfait des réponses fournies par l'État partie aux préoccupations soulevées par l'organe d'évaluation. Mais dans l'intérêt de tous, Monsieur le Président, si vous le permettez, nous demandons que vous accordiez à l'État partie du Sénégal l'opportunité de répondre à la question suivante. Qu'a fait l'État partie pour satisfaire les conditions nécessaires au retrait du bien de la liste du patrimoine mondial en péril? Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Your request to seek answers from the state party has been noted by the center. I will take a pause and make an announcement that today the Secretariat informs me that we will be having an extended session up to 7 p.m. in the evening. In addition to that, the time allocated for the Secretariat to respond, or the advisory bodies, will be cut down from 6 minutes to 3 minutes each. And now we will continue. I now invite Mr. Guy Debonnet, Chief of the Natural Heritage Unit of the World Heritage Center and IUCN, to provide their comments. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is important to recall that this property is inscribed only under Criterion 10 because of its remarkable diversity of wildlife, unique in the sub-region. The Statement of Outstanding Universal Value specifically mentioned its important mammal populations, including its population of lions, Derby eland, elephant, leopard, African wild dog, and chimpanzee. The property was inscribed on the list of World Heritage in Danger in 2007, following the results of a wildlife inventory conducted in 2006, which showed a dramatic decline of ski species from 1990 to 2006. Populations of hartebeest, buffalo, kob, waterbuck, and roan all had declined by more than 90% compared to the census of 1990. Elephants, which at the time of inscription of the property on the World Heritage List were estimated to number in the hundreds, were not observed during the 2006 survey, and their population was estimated to less than 10 individuals. While the 2024 mission recognizes that the State Party recently made important efforts to address the poaching issue by strengthening law enforcement, the data on wildlife provided to the mission by the State Party unfortunately do not indicate that wildlife populations are recovering, and for some species the trends continue to be downwards. IUCN will provide some detailed explanations on this. In addition, the Mansadala basalt quarry also remains an issue of concern. We note that the State Party in its letter is making a commitment to close the quarry, but it is important that the closure and rehabilitation are effective before the site is removed from the list in danger. The potential impacts on the property of the Sambagalu Dam on the Gambia River, which is currently under construction, further remain an issue of concern. Once the reservoir behind the dam is filled, potential indirect and negative effects are anticipated. For these reasons, the Centre and IUCN consider that at this stage, the property should be retained on the list of World Heritage in Danger, so that 4 fundamental conditions which are included in the draft decision can be fully met. IUCN will also further provide some technical explanations. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Dans le même sens que le Centre du patrimoine mondial, l'UICN rappelle que le bien a été inscrit sur la liste du patrimoine mondial en péril en 2007 suite aux menaces imminentes sur sa valeur universelle exceptionnelle, en particulier en ce qui concerne les populations de mammifères dont le nombre était gravement en baisse, les problèmes d'exploitation minière ainsi que les conséquences du projet de construction du barrage de Sambangalou sur la rivière Gambie à quelques kilomètres en amont du parc. Cependant, la tendance globalement décroissante du taux de rencontre des espèces caractéristiques de la valeur universelle exceptionnelle du bien, tel qu'indiqué par le récent rapport sur l'état de conservation du bien et confirmé par la mission conjointe du patrimoine mondial l'UICN, demeure très préoccupante. La situation est encore plus alarmante concernant l'éléphant et le léopard pour lesquels aucune donnée d'observation directe n'est disponible sur le bien depuis au moins 2005, ainsi que l'éland de Derby pour lequel observation directe n'a été faite en 2023. Merci.
Thank you for this presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments from the committee members. There was a question posed by Rwanda to the State Party of Senegal, which will be given the floor. After all, the committee members have spoken. Kenya, you have the floor, to be followed by Japan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Kenya has taken the note of the tremendous progress made by the State Party of Senegal in addressing the corrective measures on the Niokolo-Koba National Park property. We particularly observe the great efforts made in deploying an integrated operational ecological monitoring plan targeting the species characteristics of the OFU with appropriate technological tools and trained experts for monitoring species trends. Mr. Chairperson, this is a clear demonstration of the State Party commitment to ensuring a sustainable conservation of the property. Secondly, Mr. Chairperson, we note that the information on species trends indicate some significant increase in some of the species, indicating as an indicator that the property species restoration is becoming successful. The recent move to close Mansalanda-based quarry by the State Party is also, in our view, a tremendous effort to conserve the property. Kenya, therefore, Mr. Chairperson, believes that the corrective measures undertaken by the State Party of Senegal, it is timely and appropriate to support the removal of this property from the list of endangered properties. I thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Japan, to be followed by Italy. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. We understand that Senegal has been working very hard and putting lots of effort for a long time, since 2007, to reverse the situation of Niokolo-Koba National Park. Although the reactive monitoring mission was conducted in March this year, the report is not available yet, and it looks like the view on the current state of conservation is different between the State Party and the World Heritage Center and advisory body. This makes us very difficult to understand the actual situation. In the paragraph 7 of the draft decision, it mentions the fundamental conditions for the property's removal from the list of World Heritage in danger, which sounds a new expression, and it looks like the two of the conditions are a summary or rephrasing of the 8 items of the SOCR adopted in 2015. So we would like to ask the State Party Senegal to inform us the current situation of these 4 conditions for removal, and also would like to ask the World Heritage Center and the advisory body to comment on that information in light of 4 conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan, for those specific questions. I now give the floor to Italy, to be followed by Zambia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to put some questions to the members, to the state, and in particular, what is the impact of the bushfire, and how much is the affection of advance of agricultural fields? And is there a national protection plan, and how is it structured? And what is the impact of poaching on the animals, and if there are action to contrast that? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Zambia, to be followed by Belgium.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, esteemed members of the UNESCO World Heritage Committee. The development and management plan for Niokolo-Koba, that is a national park, has been urgently updated and implemented with funding from the NGO IJLB Corporation and the UNESCO Dhaka office. Experts will begin to work next week, as we've been informed, as the State Party of Zambia. An operational ecological monitoring plan is already in place, utilizing advanced tools such as smart city setup AGIS soft QGIS for data collection and analysis. Mr. Chairman, this aligns with Article 5 of the World Heritage Convention, which calls for the establishment of services for the protection, conservation, and preservation of heritage. Mr. Chairman, we have also been informed by the Senegalese counterparts that since 2016, the state party has seen significant increase in species characteristic of the outstanding universal value. However, it will be interesting to also compare notes between the two parties. In this case, we're talking of IUCN, which has got a different view, but it will be good to hear from the state party of Senegal. Recognizing the incompatibility of the Masandala basalt quarry with the park's integrity, the new Senegalese authorities have decided to close the quarry immediately. This decision is in line with Article 6 of the World Heritage Convention, Mr. Chairman, which obliges state parties to refrain from actions that could damage World Heritage sites. A rehabilitation plan is to follow, as we've been told, with national technical teams already being mobilized. Mr. Chairman, to address the potential impacts of Sambangalu Dam on the park's hydrological regime, the High Commission of the Organization for the Development of the Gambia River has committed to supporting mitigation efforts. A budget action plan and memorandum of understanding to ensuring financing for all necessary mitigation activities is also in place. This initiative is consistent with paragraph 172 of the operational guidelines, which aligns with the need for state parties to inform the committee of any major restorations and construction plans which may affect OUV. Mr. Chairman, in conclusion, Niokolo-Koba National Park is under robust strategic management with strong commitments and partnerships to ensure the conservation and preservation of the outstanding universal value. At this end, Mr. Chairman, as a state part of Zambia, we believe that, to a large extent, the Senegalese government has put in place measures to make sure that they should be out of the list of endangered. I submit, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, my brother Kagosi Wamulove from Zambia. I love that red hat, the red cap, and the beautiful Zambian design jacket. It's beautiful. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Belgium, to be followed by Qatar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have studied the dossier, and we would like to emphasize that the efforts of the state party of Senegal are indeed very significant and therefore deserve our sincere appreciation. As examples for important new positive elements in the dossier, we can refer to the updates of the development of the management plan, that the contract has been signed, that the funds have been allocated, as well to the closure of the Mansaladala basalt quarry, where the state party has committed to do so effectively, and the guarantees that were given for mitigating potential indirect negative impacts on the property from the Sambangalu Dam. Nevertheless, we are a bit confused about the most essential attribute of the outstanding universal value, namely the population of characteristic species, and therefore we would like to ask IUCN and the Center for their views on this specific matter. If the situation of the population of these characteristic species has not been reversed, we believe that it's not desirable to state that the desired state of conservation for removal have been met. And in this regard, dear Chair, I would like to refer to the important outcomes of the side event that was organized in this very session on Monday, Boosting World Heritage Conservation in Africa to Meet Global Targets for People and Planet. We heard very encouraging testimonies from sites in Central African Republic and Cameroon, where the status as endangered site led to revitalizing the site's outstanding universal value. But we also learned, and that is an important message I recall, that the process of removal from the danger list should not be rushed and requires a necessary time for recovery of the habitats and the species. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Qatar, to be followed by Lebanon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, je crois que le Sénégal a donné la preuve de son engagement et il a répondu à tous les 4 points relevés par l'IUCN dans son rapport. En outre, il y a une lettre du ministre de l'Environnement de la République du Sénégal sur la fermeture de la carrière de basalte. C'était le seul point qu'il fallait régler immédiatement et c'est fait, Monsieur le Président. Pour cette raison, le Qatar soutient le retrait du parc de la liste de patrimoine en péril. Et Monsieur le Président, ça fait 17 ans qu'il est listé sur la liste en péril et c'est très long et on croit que le Sénégal, et selon le rapport qu'on a bien sûr écouté, il a fait beaucoup d'efforts, il a fait une grande preuve de son engagement et l'État du Qatar soutient le retrait de la liste. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Excellency. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Lebanon, to be followed by Bulgaria.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Oui, effectivement, la question des biens en péril qui restent pendant des années et des dizaines d'années sur la liste en péril est un véritable problème. Et le besoin de voir comment on peut réellement retirer ces biens de la liste pour que la liste ne soit pas une sorte de cul-de-sac sans fin est important. Néanmoins, ce que nous sommes un peu confus, et je pense que beaucoup de membres du comité sont confus, à cause des informations contradictoires. Je dis bien des informations contradictoires qui nous sont données. D'un côté, par l'UICN et le centre, et de l'autre, par des États qui se sont exprimés, comme la Zambie, le Kenya, etc., avec des informations contradictoires concernant essentiellement la question des espèces. Parce que je pense que la question du renouvellement des espèces et du problème de l'extension des espèces est un des points essentiels sur ce bien en particulier, puisqu'il a été inscrit sur la liste sur cette base-là. Donc, il faudrait réellement qu'on comprenne d'où vient cette contradiction au niveau des informations. Est-ce qu'il s'agit de rapports de conservation qui n'ont pas été analysés par IUCN? Est-ce que il manque, je sais pas moi, il manque une mission qui aurait dû y aller, qui n'a pas été? Il faudrait quand même pour qu'on puisse décider, il faut qu'on ait véritablement des informations crédibles de la part et de l'État parti et de IUCN et du centre sur ce point-là bien particulier, la question du renouvellement des espèces. Merci.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bulgaria.
Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, we have examined the documents and listened to the arguments in the hall here. Senegal has responded to the factual element identified in the reactive monitoring mission report and DSR CR indicators. We see a very positive development, particularly towards updating a management plan and tools, improvement of the hydrological regime, positively reversing the trend in some of the species that are connected to the outstanding universal value of the property, and also the closure of the willingness to closure the basalt quarry. Therefore, we congratulate Senegal for their great efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Senegal showed a lot of efforts and positive engagement in the protection of the site of Niokolo-Koba National Park And we know that, I agree also with the previous speaker that all the information are not the same, but the state party had already answered in many documents to many questions and had achieved many measures requested. Therefore, St. Vincent and the Grenadines believe that the site should be removed from the list in danger. And at some point, Mr. Chair, when a site is in list in danger for 17 years, it becomes really counterproductive. Thank you.
Thank you. Now that the committee state parties have spoken, I would like to give the floor to Senegal to answer those questions, and then I will give the floor to the Secretariat to answer your questions. Senegal, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président, merci, chers membres du comité, merci. Monsieur le Président, c'est un honneur pour nous, Sénégal, d'être là aujourd'hui. Et sur un sujet qui nous tient à cœur, parce que le parc national du Niokolo-Koba est lié à l'histoire du Sénégal. C'est notre plus important site et c'est notre fierté. En 2007, donc depuis 17 ans, le Niokolo-Koba a été mis sur
Senegal, I'll just put a stop to that because Secretariat said Argentina put its plate up and down. So I want a clarification. Is it up or is it down? Okay, it's up. So I will pause Senegal because it's a committee member that has put its plate up. So I'll give the floor to the distinguished representative of Argentina and request Senegal to kindly bear with us. Thank you. Argentina, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Sí, pedimos, esta vez fue nuestra falta porque levantamos a último momento. Lo que queríamos manifestar fue repetido por otros miembros. Es un caso no parecido, pero que va en la misma línea con intervenciones anteriores sobre la permanencia en la lista en peligro. Consideramos también que Senegal ha hecho todo lo que le fue pedido, tiene mucho para seguir haciendo, pero creemos que es responsabilidad del Estado seguir adelante con las actividades y que tenemos que dejarles la libertad de que nos muestren que lo siguen haciendo bien. Muchas gracias, señores.
Thank you, Argentina. One more state committee member has put its plate up. It's Jamaica, so I'll request Senegal to exhibit some more patience, and I'll give the floor to Jamaica. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and we will not reiterate what has already been said. We wanted to just add our voice to having this site also be removed from the World Heritage List in danger. Thank you.
Thank you, and I granted you that courtesy because you are the land of Michael Holding and Courtney Walsh. I now give the floor to Senegal to answer the questions. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président, les trois raisons pour lesquelles le site avait été mis sur la liste en danger, c'est du braconnage, c'est gérable, c'était du pâturage de bétail, des mouvements de bergers qui venaient sur le site, c'était déjà gérable. Et le troisième, c'était un projet, c'était même pas quelque chose qui existait, c'était juste un projet. Et donc, on a été mis sur la liste pendant 17 ans. Pendant 17 ans, nous avons fait des efforts et à chaque fois, nous avons compris les rapports qui nous ont été présentés. Nous avons continué à travailler. Les textes fondamentaux disent que quand un site, quand une propriété est détériorée, mais que sa détérioration n'est pas arrivée au point où c'est devenu irréversible, on peut le laisser sur la liste. Et donc le Niokolo aurait pu rester sur la liste du patrimoine en ce temps-là. Ces trois raisons n'existent plus. Nous avons été saisis sur 4 points. Nous avons reçu le rapport une semaine avant de venir ici. Nous avons répondu aux 4 points. Nos autorités ont pris l'engagement, la décision de répondre sur tous les points qui ont été posés, notamment la carrière de basalte. La carrière de basalte, c'est 0,004% de l'ensemble du bien. Ça servait à faire des routes. Ils nous ont dit de fermer. Le ministre de l'Environnement, qui est un professeur d'écologie, qui est l'ancien point focal du MAB en Afrique de l'Ouest, a pris la mesure de le fermer. Le barrage de Samangalou, ce n'est pas un barrage sénégalais, c'est un barrage pour les pays de la sous-région qui ont décidé d'avoir de l'énergie verte et qui ont décidé d'apporter de l'eau dans une zone qui est devenue aride et qui est devenue difficile au plan des impacts environnementaux. Ce barrage, nous avons décidé de travailler avec les autorités pour pouvoir réduire les impacts. Il faut comprendre que le fleuve, c'est un fleuve qui ne fait que passer par le Sénégal, qui fait la Gambie et la Guinée-Conakry. Monsieur le Président, sur la question des biens, justement, ici, il est dit qu'il y a une baisse grandement en baisse, que les espèces sont grandement en baisse. Les espèces n'ont pas disparu. Quand vous mettez en place des politiques, vous les mettez en œuvre pour avoir de l'impact sur le temps, sur le nombre d'espèces, ça prend des années et des années. Nous avons fait 17 ans. Nos autorités nouvelles ont pris l'engagement. Je demande au comité de nous faire confiance, de faire confiance en nos autorités sur les engagements qu'ils ont pris, sur les efforts déjà faits qui sont reconnus et de sortir ce patrimoine de la liste parce que autrement pour nous, nos populations qui regardent en ce moment en direct, cela voudrait dire que nos efforts n'ont servi à rien et cela pourrait être contre-productif et avoir un impact négatif, pas seulement sur nous, mais sur tous les Africains qui nous regardent. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. I would now give the floor, as requested by some committee state parties, to IUCN.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Sur la question des espèces, les informations à notre disposition proviennent à la fois du rapport sur l'état de conservation fourni par l'État partie en février de cette année. Les deuxièmes informations proviennent du rapport de la mission conjointe Centre du patrimoine mondial IUCN qui a été conduite cette année même au mois de mars. Ces deux rapports corroborent sur le fait que les tendances globalement des espèces caractéristiques de la valeur universelle exceptionnelle, je convoque ici l'élan de Derby, l'éléphant, le buffle, le chimpanzé, le lion et le lycaon, sont globalement décroissantes. Donc l'IUCN ici partage l'espoir de l'État partie qu'il y aura une tendance positive à l'avenir, mais l'IUCN estime que cette tendance doit être démontrée avant que le site ne soit retiré de la liste du patrimoine en péril, tout en rappelant que le bien est inscrit sur la liste du patrimoine en péril sur la base du seul critère X. À cela s'ajoute la construction en cours du barrage qui, comme l'a relevé le moment de l'inscription sur la liste du patrimoine mondial, aurait, je cite, des conséquences désastreuses pour l'intégrité écologique du bien. Et comme indiqué par l'analyse préliminaire et confirmé par la mission, le barrage va entraîner, notamment lors de sa mise en eau, une modification du régime hydrologique du fleuve Gambie, avec des impacts négatifs sur la distribution de la grande et moyenne faune mammalienne, déjà fortement fragilisée par d'autres facteurs comme le braconnage, qui, avec un pourcentage de 41%, occupe toujours la première place des infractions dans le bien en 2023. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. I'll now give the floor to the Secretariat to answer some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We support the points that were raised by IUCN. I think it's important to see that this site is inscribed on the criteria of biodiversity and that when it was inscribed on the list in danger, 90% of many of the populations of species had been lost. And unfortunately today, the figures that we have received from the state party are not convincingly demonstrating that this trend has been reversed. I think also some of the other issues that were mentioned, the issue of cattle, for example, during the mission, there was evidence that there is still cattle up to 10 kilometers within the boundaries of the site. So I think there is some issues here that still require further attention. We do agree that the state party has put, over the last couple of years, significant effort to change the situation. However, we need to have I think it's important for the committee to have the scientific data to confirm that the trends have been reversed. Of course, we do not, it is not possible to wait until we go back to the original populations, because that will take a long time, that is for sure. But what is important is to demonstrate that there has been a reversal of the downward trend. And unfortunately today, based on the figures that we have received from the state party, we cannot confirm that this trend has been reversed. On the contrary, some figures seem to indicate that for some species, the trends are further downwards. Thank you.
Thank you. I see there are no more comments or questions. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 45-7A.54 concerning this property. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous avons effectivement reçu un amendement soumis par le Rwanda. Pouvons-nous l'afficher à l'écran ? Voilà, très bien.
Thank you.
Amendement qui débute avec le paragraphe 3, suggérant le retrait de la mention de certains des indicateurs. Paragraphe 4 remplace note avec préoccupation la tendance globalement décroissante par note avec satisfaction l'augmentation du taux de rencontre des espèces caractéristiques de la VE du bien, avec également la modification suivante, en comparaison de la situation pendant la dernière mission de suivi réactif de 2015, virgule, et la poursuite du protocole de suivi en vue de la collecte de données actualisées pour les prochaines années 2024, 2025, 2026, notamment à travers la mise à jour en cours du plan d'aménagement et de gestion du bien grâce à un financement déjà mobilisé, avec la suppression de la dernière mention, à l'exception du LICON, et l'absence persistante de données concernant la viabilité des populations de ces espèces, et en particulier l'éléphant dans le bien. L'amendement propose l'insertion d'un nouveau paragraphe, le paragraphe 5, notant la clarification fournie par l'État partie à propos du protocole d'accord existant entre la Direction des parcs nationaux du Sénégal et l'Organisation pour la mise en valeur du fleuve Gambie concernant le suivi continu en vue de l'atténuation de tout impact négatif indirect potentiel du barrage de Sambangalou sur la VE du bien, en particulier au moment de la mise en exploitation du barrage, ainsi que l'engagement formel des autorités sénégalaises de fermer définitivement et immédiatement la carrière de basalte de Mansadala et de mettre en œuvre un plan de réhabilitation des fosses issues de son exploitation. Paragraphe suivant qui devient le paragraphe 6, note avec appréciation le rajout ayant permis la baisse drastique du braconnage et la suppression de la fin du paragraphe. L'amendement propose également la suppression des paragraphes 6, des anciens paragraphes 6, 7, 8 et 9. Paragraphe suivant, l'amendement propose la suppression de la mention de l'expression des inquiétudes pour arriver à et encourage l'État partie à poursuivre la mise en œuvre de ces mesures afin de réduire au minimum près les cas de collision encore enregistrés. Sur ce point, je souhaiterais attirer à l'attention des membres du comité qu'il y avait une erreur de traduction entre la version française et la version anglaise, la version française faisant foi. Paragraphe suivant, pas de modification. Paragraphe suivant, remercie l'État partie du Sénégal et ses partenaires financiers, à la place de remercie le bailleur de fonds. Paragraphe 13 qui devient le paragraphe 10, la suppression de la fin du paragraphe. Donc, pour arriver à demande enfin à l'État partie de soumettre au centre d'ici le 1er février 2025 un rapport actualisé sur l'état de conservation du bien. Enfin, le dernier paragraphe le remplacement de maintenir sur la liste du patrimoine mondial en péril par retirer le parc national de Niokolo-Koba de la liste du patrimoine mondial en péril. Et si je ne me trompe pas, je pense que la Jamaïque va apporter son soutien à ce dernier paragraphe. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. I saw Senegal raise its plate and then again put it down. I presume you wanted to take the floor. If any member states wants to take the floor, please keep its plate up till the time the name is called. If you want to take the floor, because this particular agenda item relates to your member state, I will have to refer it to the legal advisor. Am I permitted to give you the floor? Mr. Legal Advisor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In response to your question, the applicable rule of the Rules of Procedure of the Committee is Rule 22, Paragraph 6, which reads as follows, I quote, "States parties shall not speak to World Heritage properties in their own territories, except at the explicit invitation of the chairperson within the allowed time for their speech and in response to specific questions posed." End of quote, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. Our hands are tied. You were given the floor to the specific questions posed by Rwanda and other state parties, and you have clarified your position within the stipulated time period. So at this point in time, your request to take the floor again on your own behalf cannot be supported. Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. The agenda items, the amendments are on the screen. We shall go paragraph by paragraph. Are there any objections to para 1 and 2? I see none. We go to para 3. Are there any objections to para 3? I see none. Go to para 4. Are there any objections to the amended para 4? I request Lebanon, please do not hold it in your hand. Just put it, there is a place. You just put it there and I will see it. Lebanon, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Oui, tous ces paragraphes 4, 5, 6, c'est vraiment contradictoire, on ne comprend pas. Il y a dans le dossier, dans la proposition de départ quelque chose et la modification dit le contraire. Et on est vraiment complètement perdu. Comment voulez-vous qu'on puisse décider? Personnellement, nous ne pouvons pas décider là-dessus. Nous avons des informations, ce n'est même pas des points de vue, c'est des informations contradictoires. On dit quelque chose, on dit le contraire. C'est pas possible. C'est pas possible. Comment on dit?
Rwanda, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Pour revenir au paragraphe 4, je vais peut-être donner un élément de réponse pour répondre aux délégués du Liban. Alors, dans les conclusions de la mission de suivi réactif de 2015, il avait été demandé à l'État partie d'arriver à une taille des effectifs, je cite, « favorisant la viabilité des espèces caractéristiques de la valeur universelle exceptionnelle ». Ce qui a été fait avec l'inventaire de la faune sur la base des 4 méthodes complémentaires, l'inventaire pédestre, aérien, en véhicule, ce qui a été mentionné dans le dernier rapport de l'État partie. Donc ce rapport de l'inventaire de la faune est disponible, aussi que les publications scientifiques de l'état de conservation des espèces caractéristiques de la VUE. Et je rappelle également que le centre, l'organe d'évaluation et l'UNESCO ont félicité. Je pense que ça a été un instant. Donc depuis 2016, il y a une tendance d'effectif des espèces caractéristiques de la VUE qui a connu une hausse remarquable. Et avec la mise en œuvre du protocole de suivi écologique et de surveillance, et ceci a été a valu un communiqué de presse de la part de l'UNESCO. Je vous remercie.
May I request the delegation of Greece, thank you, to switch off the microphone which you just did. Thank you. Lebanon, you heard the response of Rwanda. We are right now at para 4. You mentioned that there are contradictory information in para 4, 5, 6 and you're a bit lost, but after listening to the explanation by Rwanda, do you have any changes, opposition or acceptance to para 4?
The center, the response to the center to what Rwanda said.
The center, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the point is that at this stage, there is no, according to the information we have received from the state party, there is no convincing data that show that the populations of species have gone up again. I think I repeated already that the site was put on the danger list after the data showed that for many species the decline was 90% of the original population, so only 10% left. And I think at this stage no data have been provided to show that that tendency has been reversed. And I want to refer here to a report that was submitted to us in the last few days, and I think also circulated to the state parties, a report by Senegal of May 24, which in its conclusion says that la taille et la densité estimée des populations d'espèces emblématiques sont encore relativement faibles dans le parc national de Niokolo-Koba par rapport aux données dans la même zone à la fin des années 1990. And further on, it says that cependant, l'augmentation du nombre d'interventions de conservation dans et autour du parc et la situation de sécurité stable par rapport aux autres aires protégées de l'Afrique de l'Ouest donnent l'espoir de tendances positives sur les populations de ces espèces à l'avenir. So clearly, this report itself from the state party states that there is a hope that the tendency will become positive in the future, which means that at this day, today, the tendency is not demonstrated to be positive. Thank you.
Thank you. Lebanon, you heard the response of the center. Please let me know your views.
Mr. Chairman, what do you want me to say? We have contradictory informations. In that case, Lebanon will abstain from any position.
Thank you. Lebanon abstains from any position. We are right now on para 4. As proposed by Rwanda, are there any objections to the text? I see Argentina has raised its plate. You have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Queremos buscar una situación intermedia. Nosotros respetamos ampliamente las misiones y la información provista por UICN, los órganos evaluadores y la Secretaría. Entendemos que hay problemas. Lo único que queremos es que dejemos al Estado concernido, que está haciendo todo lo imposible para mejorar la situación, que se hagan cargo de esta situación y nos muestren el camino, como lo hicimos en otros casos. No quiere decir que está todo bien. Por lo tanto, es cierto que hay una contradicción flagrante entre los párrafos anteriores y los informes que nos fueron presentados. Lo que queremos es que pasemos la responsabilidad al Estado concernido, a Senegal, para que sigan haciendo su trabajo tal como los informes fueron presentados. Es solamente para mostrar que estamos dispuestos a pasar la responsabilidad y no mantener en una lista en peligro como una especie de castigo, que es la sensación que muchos países, Estados miembros tienen. Este es el problema. Saquemos la idea que estar en la lista de peligro es realmente un castigo. Si la situación sigue empeorando tal como podría llegar a ser en cualquier caso, traemos de nuevo el caso aquí, lo volvemos a poner en la lista en peligro, pero después de tantos años de trabajo tenemos que dar una oportunidad. Por lo tanto, mi propuesta es, por favor, veamos las enmiendas a estos párrafos y por separado la final. Digamos todo lo que está mal, como dicen los informes, pero la responsabilidad para mi delegación es de Senegal y no de este comité. Gracias.
Right now, I'm only concerned about the text that appears on the screen. If there are any suggestions to the acceptance of the text or alterations, then please let me know. St. Vincent, you want to raise your plate and you kept it down.
Mr. Chair, I think that we don't have all the information. The information given by the state party date from 2018, but it seemed that there is a report which was not issued or was not read by the advisory bodies. So just we want a clarification about the reports and information given in main reports. So we know that the state party had made a lot of efforts from 2015, and there are more information in the last report, which maybe apparently is not issued or is not read by the advisory body. Thank you.
The Centre, there is a specific question raised by St. Vincent that there is a report. And they have sought clarification. You have the floor. Kindly clarify on that specific point raised by the distinguished delegate.
If the distinguished delegate of St. Vincent is referring to the 2018 inventory, we did look at that inventory, and that inventory actually shows that the situation is very similar to the 2006 inventory. And the report I was referring to, which was sent to us by the state party, and I think also circulated to committee members, the report I cited dates back from May 2024. Rapport sur l'état de conservation de quelques espèces fauniques emblématiques du parc national de Niokolo-Koba. May 2024.
At this point in time, I shall invoke clause 22.6, under which I had stopped Senegal earlier. I will invoke the same powers of the chair, and it says, except at the explicit invitation of the chairperson. So we need some clarifications, and I will give the floor to Senegal to clarify on the questions raised. There is a report which its mention is not mentioned. So would you like to take the floor and clarify? You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Donc, en ce qui concerne les données, moi je ne vois pas de contradiction. Parce qu'en fait, si vous regardez, je vous renvoie au tableau 1 du rapport de suivi réactif. Sur ce tableau-là, il y a bel et bien les informations sur les différentes espèces qui ont été citées, notamment l'élan de Derby, la panthère, le lion. Et il y a des publications qui suivent. Et ces publications, ce sont des publications qui sont récentes, 2021, 2022 et 2023, et qui attestent que les populations emblématiques du parc sont bel et bien, n'est-ce pas, présentes au niveau du site. Et également, pour le rapport de suivi réactif, les données qui ont été présentées, ce sont uniquement des données d'observation directe. Alors que les documents que nous avions fournis, ce sont des données d'observation directe et d'observation indirecte. N'est-ce pas? Je pense que, et également, il y a 7 documents de suivi écologique qui n'ont pas été cités, n'est-ce pas, dans le rapport de suivi écologique. C'est la raison pour laquelle nous, délégation sénégalaise, nous maintenons ce que nous avons dit, n'est-ce pas, sur l'amendement. Parce qu'en fait, notre année de référence, c'est 2015. 2015, il y a eu un inventaire de la faune. Après 2015, il y a eu 2016, un autre inventaire. et également les données de suivi écologique. C'est la raison pour laquelle nous avons dit qu'il y a une augmentation de la population faunique. Et on ne peut pas évaluer ces populations-là uniquement sur la base d'un seul indice, c'est-à-dire l'indice kilométrique d'abondance. Il y a aussi bien l'indice kilométrique d'abondance et également l'estimation de la taille des populations. Donc regardez les publications au niveau du rapport de suivi réactif à la page 18, tableau 1. Il y a bel et bien les informations qui confirment que les populations fauniques sont bel et bien présentes, n'est-ce pas, dans le parc et sont viables. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. At this point in time, I'm only concerned at the draft amendment which the rapporteur has presented, which he received, and we are on para 4. I'm not really looking at philosophical explanation. I'm only looking at the text. Now, my question is simple. Is the text as shown, the amendment presented by Rwanda, is it acceptable, or would someone want to suggest a modification to this text? I'm not really interested because we gave the floor for debate earlier. Right now, once the rapporteur has presented the amendments, we have crossed the philosophical stage and reached a grammatical stage. So I would request if there is any objection to this text, please let us know. Otherwise, we would be adopting it. Are there any objections to this text in para 4? I see none. You go to para 5. Are there any objections to this amended para 5? I see none. Go to para 6. Is there any objection to para 6? I see none. Is there any objection to the cancellation suggested by Rwanda for the old para 6 and the old para 7? Belgium, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have listened very carefully to the debates and the additional information from the center, from the state party, and we have to we have to face that there are still some concerns remaining. And that's why actually we would like to have this initial para 7 that refers to the indicators that are so important for this site that we keep them into this decision. So we would like to propose to change the first sentence of this para in the following: urges the state party to fully implement the following priority actions based on the recommendations from the reactive monitoring mission. And then we would like to keep point A. Point B should be changed accordingly as followed. The document the stated upward trend observed in the properties characteristic species of the OUV through a census of wildlife species in order to establish a new baseline to monitor further recovery of the OUV.
May I request you to read slowly, please?
I repeat, document the stated upward trend observed in the properties characteristic species of the OUV through a census of wildlife species in order to establish a new baseline to monitor further recovery of the OUV.
May I request the editors that in English, senses start with an S, but census starts with a C.
And then, Mr. Chair, I would like to propose to keep point C and D of the initial para 7 in the draft decision. Thank you.
Are there any objections to the Belgium suggestion? I see Rwanda would like to take the floor. You have.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Est-ce qu'on pourrait, je vais attendre de laisser le temps de finir. La version française, qu'on pourrait remonter au début du point, s'il vous plaît. Merci beaucoup. Monsieur le Président, le Rwanda souhaite conserver l'amendement tel que proposé. L'amendement du Rwanda, bien évidemment. Alors, la première proposition de la Belgique ne nous convient pas. Alors, l'État partie du Sénégal a donné toutes les garanties. Concernant le point A, le plan de gestion est budgétisé. Il est non seulement budgétisé, le personnel est formé, identifié. L'État partie nous donne les garanties nécessaires. On n'a pas urgemment demandé à l'État partie de le faire. L'État partie nous a donné toutes les garanties, comme quoi le plan de gestion est en cours, sera fait. Deuxième point, le point B. Je vais commencer par le point C sur la proposition de la Belgique de conserver le point C. On a un engagement ferme d'un ministre d'un État partie et je pense que cet engagement par lettre au sein du patrimoine mondial devrait être suffisant. Et le point D. L'État partie, je considère que l'État partie nous a donné toutes les garanties quant au barrage. Alors, en effet, je vais juste revenir avec le point sur le régime hydraulique, le barrage. Un instant, si vous me permettez, parce que je ne m'attendais pas à autant d'amendements. Un instant. Excusez-moi, Monsieur le Président. Pour le barrage. Alors, donc, tout d'abord, le barrage est situé à environ 60 km du bien. L'étude d'impact environnemental et social détaillée sur le bien a été effectuée comme demandé. Et le suivi d'un plan d'action sur la biodiversité. Un protocole d'accord budgétisé a été élaboré. Et je considère que l'État partie nous a donné encore des garanties suffisantes. La proposition du Rwanda, c'est de conserver notre amendement qui est de supprimer le point 7. Merci.
Thank you. So we have two contradictory positions out here. Qatar, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de nous avoir donné la parole pour la deuxième fois. Juste, on essaye vraiment d'avancer sur ce rapport, notamment sur cette paragraphe, en regardant les deux propositions. L'État du Qatar, vraiment, on a bien écouté les advisory body et l'État partie. C'est qu'on a dit qu'il a donné beaucoup de preuves de son engagement et réel aussi des efforts procéduriels. Ça veut dire que des procédures qui étaient bien faites par l'État partie et dans le forme aussi si on va regarder en plus les autres paragraphes, nous voulons garder la proposition du Rwanda pour bien garder aussi le cohérent du texte même. Parce qu'on soutient aussi le retrait de ce site de la liste. Donc, il faut aussi donner l'État partie la confiance, l'opportunité de continuer aussi d'aider le centre pour bien remplir ses engagements. Donc, c'est la raison pourquoi le Qatar soutient de garder, conserver le texte comme il est amendé par Rwanda. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Please add Qatar's name to sticking with the Rwandan amendment. I see Lebanon. You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Bon, nous comprenons parfaitement la demande de l'État partie de dire « faites-nous confiance, nous avons beaucoup avancé, nous avons fait beaucoup de choses, nous avons pris des engagements, etc. Et donc nous demandons que ce bien soit retiré de la liste en péril. » Bon, nous serions d'accord là-dessus. Par contre, il est clair que la situation n'est pas complètement rose, que tous les problèmes ne sont pas complètement résolus. Il y a encore des problèmes, il y a encore des choses. C'est très bien, l'État partie va avancer, il a pris des engagements. Par contre, je pense que les demandes de la Belgique sont normales. On retire le site de la liste en péril, mais d'un autre côté, on demande, d'une part, le suivi des indicateurs, l'actualisation du plan d'aménagement, la documentation des tendances à l'augmentation. C'est tout à fait normal. On a enlevé le site de la liste en péril, mais d'un autre côté, on demande à l'État partie de continuer pour s'assurer que peu à peu, les choses vont revenir dans un état beaucoup mieux que ne l'est actuellement. Je pense qu'il faut garder ces remarques tout en disant à la fin qu'on enlève le site de la liste en péril. Voilà.
Okay, Lebanon is supporting the Belgium suggestion. We can put Lebanon's next to Belgium because they find sense in this. Anyone else would like to take a position? Because here we have two state parties, there are two groups that are giving some views. Italy, you have the floor, and after that I will give the floor to the Secretariat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Just to add our name, let's say, in the list of Belgium and Lebanon. We agree with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Italy. I'll now give the floor to Zambia.
Thank you, Chairperson. The State Party of Zambia would like to state that we are in support of Rwanda's submission to keep the amendments as they were before Belgium's intervention. Thank you.
I give the floor to the Secretariat to comment.
Thank you, Chair. We believe that
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Alors, l'idée de mon intervention ici est peut-être pour rappeler un peu au comité son travail principal. Son travail principal, c'est non seulement le suivi des états de conservation ou les décisions qu'il prend, mais aussi l'accompagnement suite à des décisions qui peuvent être prises. Et il se trouve ici qu'avec les informations fournies dans le rapport du secrétariat et les organisations consultatives et les discussions que vous avez eues avant d'examiner le projet de décision, il y a un certain nombre de questions qui mériteraient un accompagnement et un suivi de l'État partie si le site doit être retiré sur la liste en péril. C'est ce qui vous permettrait de continuer d'accompagner et de renforcer le travail de l'État partie. Ça ne veut pas dire que vous ne faites pas confiance à l'État partie. Vous faites confiance à l'État partie, mais votre rôle est d'accompagner la sortie du site quand vous prendrez la décision. Et ces recommandations que le secrétariat a proposées sont des recommandations qui vont vous permettre de faire un suivi. Rappelez-vous que sortir un site de la liste en péril, c'est aussi immédiatement après soutenir l'État partie pour aller un peu plus loin dans les actions et continuer à l'encourager par rapport à ses efforts. Et je pense que le secrétariat vous a proposé un certain nombre de recommandations et il est pour moi de l'intérêt de votre travail et d'accompagnement de l'État du Sénégal de vraiment aller dans ce sens-là de ces efforts à travers ces recommandations de manière à ce que les prochains rapports que le Sénégal fournira soient des rapports qui vous permettent de continuer à mesurer tous les efforts qui ont été faits et qui ont permis au Sénégal de déployer autant d'actions et qui vous permettent aujourd'hui certainement d'apprécier l'ensemble des mesures correctives qui ont été mises en place. Donc c'est dans ce sens-là que vous avez besoin de donner au Sénégal un ensemble de recommandations précises pour accompagner ce site qui est très important et qui a été inscrit sur la base d'un critère, un seul, le critère 10. Et c'est un critère extrêmement important. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
I'll now give the floor to Japan, followed by Kenya.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. As Lebanon said, we also support the removal of this site from the list of World Heritage in danger. But in this paragraph 7, para 7, we also support the chapeau by Belgium. And also, as the Secretariat said, as this site is the criteria 10, so we think that especially the B, paragraph B is very important. So we also support the Belgium para B. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor now to Kenya, followed by Mexico.
Mezima.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Yes, we want to continue with the support for removal of this property from the list of endangered property, and also align ourselves with the position of Rwanda by adopting the amendments. Mr. Chairperson, we have been treated with a lot of information by the state party, where they have taken the baselines and follow-up studies, which shows that then with the property as a viable population of the characteristic species. And so we expect this viable population to continue growing to bring the property into increased trends of these populations. And so I believe then the para 7B, Chairperson, that that could automatically or most likely need not to be on this. And more so that they have also demonstrated that already there's a commitment among many of the other provisions in this paras. And so, Mr. Chairperson, we stand with position of Rwanda. I thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Mexico.
Muy buenas tardes, muchas gracias. También México apoya la propuesta de sacar al sitio Sin embargo, estamos igual que Bélgica para añadirnos a estas recomendaciones y estaríamos, por supuesto, como lo comentó el director del sitio Patrimonio, siguiendo todas estas recomendaciones o acompañando, ya que pues estar en este tema donde se habla de especies, pues nos sentimos representados también como país. Gracias.
Thank you. Can I request the editors to copy Belgium, all the names, and paste them in all subsequent, including Japan? Can you copy it from the first para? Yes. Just copy paste it. And do the same thing for the other viewpoint of Rwanda, Qatar. Okay, I will now give the floor to the Republic of Korea, and then I will move my head this side. Republic of Korea, you have the floor.
Chair, Republic of Korea also agrees that this item is removed from the list of danger. But also agree with Belgium and others who want para 7 remaining here.
Please add the name of the Republic of Korea. And now I'll give the floor to Argentina, followed by St. Vincent. Argentina, have the floor.
Señor presidente, lamentamos mucho aumentar su tortícolis cuando habla Kenia y Argentina inmediatamente, lo hacemos girar la cabeza mucho tiempo. Queremos agradecer la intervención tan clara del Centro de Patrimonio que expresó exactamente lo que quisimos decir antes. Aquí lo que queremos es pasarle, y ya nos adelantamos al último párrafo, que la responsabilidad sea de Senegal, pero no por eso dejamos de ver que es cómo continúan precisamente con los informes que UICN, los órganos evaluadores nos han dado. Por lo tanto, queremos sumarnos a las propuestas de Bélgica, Líbano, Italia, etcétera, porque eso nos permite a nosotros seguir trabajando junto con Senegal en el sitio que esperamos salga de la lista en peligro. Gracias.
Q, please add Argentina's name after Republic of Korea in the first para. I give the floor to St. Vincent, to be followed by Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, St. Vincent and the Grenadines wanted to add some wording to have a consensus, but it seems now that many states parties agree to keep the recommendations and to accept this wording as it is. So we can, especially that many also said that they accept to remove the site from the list in danger. Thank you.
Would you like to add your name to any of the two or not?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
May I ask you, where would you like to add your name?
Yes.
I ask you, where
yes,
you can
yes.
just tell us
First
where you want to add
paragraph.
your name.
First paragraph, yes, yes. St. Vincent and the
Please
Grenadines.
add the full name to St. Vincent. Right. I give the floor now to Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ukraine full support the proposal of Belgium, Lebanon, and Italy. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Jamaica. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We also would like to align ourselves with Belgium and others.
Q, please add the name of Jamaica. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Actually, about para A, para C, D, and D is
Just copy paste all the names and we'll put them. The
So
editors
please-
will do that. Yeah.
Please add our name to the another one. B, A.
May I
Yeah,
request the
please-
editors to please copy the names from the first para and paste them in subsequent paras? Is it okay?
No. Please remove the para A, C, D. Remove our name from please para A, C, and D. Yeah. Thank you.
So you only want your name in the first para
First para and B.
and para B. You
Yeah, support.
But you support Rwanda, Qatar, Zambia for the removal of the subsequent paras.
Yes. I'm sorry for confusing, Mr. Chairperson.
Bulgaria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to support the proposals of Belgium for all the four A, B, C, D.
Japan, if the editors can go to the first para, please. Japan, if you read the first para, there is a word called urges the state party to fully implement the following indicators based on the recommendation of the reactive monitoring mission, and thereafter the indicators are mentioned. Now, if you agree to the first part and say, I do not agree to the latter part, it does not make some logical sense, at least to me, because there are it is mentioned the word the following indicators. So, which based on the language as it appears on the screen would indicate A, B, C, and D. That's why I pose the question to you again, Japan. We will bring para A back on screen, just before para A, sorry, the introductory para, right, and read from the word urges. Urges the state party to fully implement the following indicators based on the recommendations of the reactive monitoring mission : it's not a full stop, it's a : which means what comes subsequently is connected to what is being defined as the following indicators. Now, if you're saying I support the first part, but I do not support the latter part, would you like to revisit your position and let us understand?
Thank you, Chairperson. Sorry. We wanted to emphasize the para B, but please go back about para A, C, D. Go back to the opinion of the Belgium.
Okay, just put Japan's name. You just copy all the names from the top para and paste them back again. Okay, now it seems that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 countries that are supporting, including Belgium, Lebanon, Italy, Japan, Mexico, Republic of Korea, Argentina, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Ukraine, Jamaica, Bulgaria. That's 11 countries that are supporting, but there are 4 countries that are supporting the Rwandan position. Now, to reach a consensus, a simple majority is required, but an amendment may require we'll have to ask the legal advisor. For an amendment to pass through, a simple majority is required, or would you require a 2/3 majority, which would indicate a broad-based consensus? You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, in response to your request, to your question, the rules applicable are rules 37 and 38. In this regard, I point out that amendments would the majority would depend on the amendment concerned. According to Rule 37, decisions of the committee on matters covered by the provisions of the convention shall be taken by a majority of 2/3 of the members present and voting. But according to Rule 38, all other decisions of the committee shall be taken by a majority of the state's members present and voting. Rule 38, paragraph 2, points out that decisions as to whether a particular matter is covered by the provisions of the convention and decisions on any matters not covered by the present rules shall be taken by a majority of the states. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Here, the original text was suggested to be amended by Rwanda. So for Rwanda to pass its amendment would require if the matter is covered by provisions of the convention and decisions on any other matters not covered by the present rule shall be taken by a majority of states party present and voting. So Rwanda would require a simple majority or a 2/3 majority. For this amendment to pass, the legal advisor, I want a specific answer. Would Rwanda require a simple majority or a 2/3 majority for its amendment to pass in lieu of the contrary position taken by a large number of state parties? First, Rwanda, I know you're asking the floor, but St. Vincent asked the floor before you, so I will give the floor to the distinguished representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You have the floor.
Working. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My delegation doesn't consider that it is a vote. We are discussing, we expressed our positions, so I am not sure if it is a vote, but of course we want to know if Rwanda would like to keep its amendment or not. But for my delegation, I don't consider it is a vote. Thank you.
Yeah, Rwanda, would you like to take the floor?
Thank you, Chair. So we will agree with the consensus. Thank you.
That's a very wise decision, Rwanda. I congratulate you for your intelligence. And Zambia, Kagosi, you want to take the floor now because Rwanda has agreed to it? All right, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. In the spirit of give and take, Zambia would also want to withdraw itself from the previous Rwanda side. Now we want to go to Belgium. I hope Belgium will invite us. Thank you.
Everybody will invite you with your beautiful dress. Thank you. So please remove the names of Rwanda and Zambia. I will yield the floor to Kenya. Kenya, you have the floor.
our difficulty of moving at this point is motivated by the fact that the desired outcome is to remove the site from the list of danger. However, the original text that was proposed to be deleted was in line with the earlier perspective where there was intention to retain it there. So there is discordance there, and my proposal is that we need to take cognizance of the state parties' efforts as have been clearly articulated and review the points under which we are urging the state party to implement, or else there will be a contradiction. That's my considered opinion.
Okay, Kenya, would you like your name to remain there or would you like your name to be removed? Can you please answer that simple question? You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, let me just say it very simply. Once the items under what we are urging the state party are aligned.
Sorry, question is very simple, very specific. Would you want your name to be removed? Yes or no? That's it, please. You've already had your floor 2 times.
Remove my name.
Please remove
Please
Kenya's
remove
name. And before I give the floor to my brother from Qatar, would you also like your name to be removed from there? Yes, please remove Qatar's name as well. So now we have reached a consensus. India, I thought you had raised your plate and then put down. Would you like to take the floor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. India would like to express the efforts that Senegal has been taking. It's indeed quite a challenging and of course from the commitment that they have provided us. However, at this point of time, it's important to go with the data presented to us. And so India would align with Belgium and Lebanon, and yes.
Clear in support of the consensus. Thank you. So the Belgium proposal stands, and you can undelete the rest. Para A. No, not that. Yes, para A, undelete. Para B, undelete. 1 second. No, do not undelete para B, please. There is a specific, yeah. Go to para C. Yes, undelete para C. Para D, you undelete. Okay, now we are, no, we'll go to para 8 later. Come up again. Okay, the first part of para 7, the introductory part of para 7, how it appears, are there any objections to it? I see none. Go to para 7A. Please increase the font size. Yes, are there any objections to para 7A? I see none. Please undelete that A part. Yes. Go to para B. Is there any objection to the amended para B as it appears on the screen? I see none. Go to para C. Please undelete para B first. Not that part, only the index part. Can I see how 7B looks correct? Now go to 7C. Is there any objection to 7C? I see none. Go to 7D. Is there any objection to 7D? I see none. Go to para 8 that has been suggested by Rwanda to cancel. Is there any objection to the Rwandan's amendment? I see Japan has raised its plate. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. We haven't looked at the mission report yet, so we don't know what is the exact recommendation from that mission. But
we suppose the mission recommendation will be very helpful for the state party to work on the conservation of the site. So we'd like to ask the reason why this paragraph was deleted.
Rwanda, Japan has asked you a very specific question that they have not seen that 2024 reactive monitoring mission, but in principle they would be supporting that, and they want to ask you a question: why did you delete this para? Rwanda, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le paragraphe avait été proposé à la suppression car nous avions proposé la suppression du paragraphe précédent. Voilà la logique. Merci.
Okay, now that the previous para you have accepted, you would also accept para 8. Okay, all right. Please undelete para 8. And undelete that number 8. And you can remove Rwanda's name from there. Okay, now we go, that para, it will not be para 7 because para 7 was already agreed on top, I guess. So this would be, yeah, you have to undelete the number 7. Yes, we go to para 9. I guess para 9, Japan, would you like to raise the same question regarding the deletion of para 9 by Rwanda?
Yes, maybe we haven't heard the reason why this paragraph was deleted, so maybe we can ask Rwanda the reason why. Thank you.
And Rwanda, would you give the same rationale? Okay, perfect. So you undelete para 9. Oh, sorry, you have the floor, Rwanda.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, partly there's the same rationale, but the second part of the amendments, of point 9, I'm going to read it in French, et rappelle, à partir de rappelle qu'une analyse approfondie du rapport d'IES. So I'm okay with deleting the first part because it's the same rationale as before, but I will request to maybe delete the second part à partir de rappeler. L'analyse du rapport EIS a été fournie par l'État partie. Et on ne comprend pas, ça c'est une question, it's a question for the, excusez-moi de mélanger le français et l'anglais, c'est une question adressée au secrétariat, le rationnel d'une analyse, l'analyse approfondie d'un rapport qui a été déjà soumis par l'État partie. C'est une question au secrétariat et en fonction de la réponse, je proposerai soit ou pas de maintenir ou pas. Merci.
ECN will answer this question.
Secretariat, Rwanda has sought your guidance to retain or delete that part of the para. You have the floor. Mr. Lazar, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. I will just start by saying that the World Heritage Center received a letter. I received a letter from the Minister of Environment of Senegal, and I think this is what the Ambassador, His Excellency, the Ambassador of Senegal, has said in his intervention, and I do confirm that we received a letter saying that the construction the letter was on the quarry, that the quarry has been stopped. Here I think the issue is about the construction of the dam in Sabangalo, and the ambassador said the reason why this was continued, that it was not exactly there. So, Mr. Chairperson, I think effectively my colleague Guido Bonnet could give more clarification on this, and you may wish to give the floor to Senegal to specifically clarify this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Rwanda, can you state your question again regarding that part of the para that you need some guidance from the Secretariat?
Thank you, Chair. So the question was to have comprendre pourquoi l'analyse du rapport déposé par l'État partie. Le rapport doit être encore analysé, doit avoir une analyse approfondie. Est-ce que ce rapport n'a pas encore été lu par le secrétariat, n'a pas encore été analysé? Et effectivement, pour compléter ce que le directeur du centre vient de mentionner, il y a effectivement des garanties qui ont été données par l'État partie, d'où la proposition de garder cette deuxième partie du paragraphe supprimée. Et voilà. Merci.
Thank you. The Secretariat, you have the floor.
Comme l'analyse est faite par Ayusienne, je pense que c'est plus approprié que Ayusienne réponde à la question.
Merci beaucoup pour la parole. Donc, le rapport de l'étude d'impact environnemental pour le projet de barrage de Sambangalo a été successivement demandé au Sénégal depuis 2015 par le comité. Et en 2023, l'État partie du Sénégal a effectivement soumis au secrétariat pour évaluation par l'UICN des études complémentaires qui ont été faites sur les impacts de ce barrage. L'UICN a fait une analyse préliminaire de ces documents, mais a réitéré la demande du comité à l'État partie du Sénégal de soumettre le rapport d'étude d'impact environnemental. Ce que l'État partie du Sénégal a fait, effectivement, au cours de la mission de suivi réactif, la mission conjointe de suivi réactif de mars 2024. Donc c'est en mars 2024 que l'État partie du Sénégal a remis à l'équipe de la mission le rapport d'étude d'impact environnemental pour le projet de barrage. Et donc c'est ici, l'UICN et le Centre de patrimoine mondial proposent que l'UICN fasse une évaluation de ce rapport-là et soumette une recommandation à l'État partie. Merci.
Thank you. Rwanda, with that guidance, would you like to let us know, can we undelete para 9, or there are specific parts of para 9 you'd like to remain as deleted?
Thank you, Chair. I will also please request, as the Director of the Center, to maybe give the floor to the State Party to give more clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. You may request, but the Director of the World Heritage Center does not have the power to do that. That power rests only with the Chair, and the Chair is more than happy to satisfy the request of the sister from Rwanda. Senegal, do you not want to take the floor at this point in time? Or you want to take the floor? Because there is a specific request by a state party asking a question, and the chairperson wants that question answered. Senegal, please answer the question.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Bon, en fait, pour le rapport de l'étude d'impact environnemental, ça a été envoyé en 2023 par email au niveau du Centre du patrimoine mondial. Et les éléments de la mission, quand ils étaient venus, ils étaient d'accord sur ça. C'est eux qui n'avaient pas répondu. Et ça a été envoyé par M. Matar Diouf de l'OMVG. Après, quand ils ont réclamé ce rapport-là, on leur a donné ça sur place, n'est-ce pas? Et pour ce problème-là, pour le barrage, il y a déjà des garanties. Parce que cette même organisation a fait une étude, un plan d'action sur la biodiversité. Après ce plan d'action sur la biodiversité, ils ont élaboré un protocole d'accord avec la direction des parcs nationaux pour que s'il y a d'impact potentiel, que ce plan d'action-là puisse être mis en œuvre. Et tout cela, c'est budgétisé et les documents sont disponibles. Et ça a été partagé avec... Mais de toute façon, on n'est pas aussi, on s'oppose pas, n'est-ce pas, au maintien. Ouais, du bas, parce que le barrage se situe à du paragraphe. On ne s'oppose pas. Mais sachez que le barrage est situé à 70 km en amont, n'est-ce pas, du parc. Mais toutes ces garanties-là ont été données et partagées au centre.
Thank you. You have mentioned all that many times. You have mentioned all those data. Please keep it short, so you don't mind letting that para remain. Rwanda, you heard that answer. Please undelete para 9. And remove Rwanda's name. We go to para 10. Are there any objections to para 10 at how it appears? And to establish a protocol for the care of injured animals to reduce post-accident mortality. Animal rights, love for animals. Is there there should be a protocol. Okay, there are no objections to para 10. Go to para 11. There is no amendment. Go to para 12. Rwanda thanks the State Party of Senegal and its financial partners who continue to support the conservation of the property, in particular the government of Norway. Are there any objections to the use of the word financial partners instead of the word donors? I see none. Go to para 13. Finally, request the state party to submit to the World Heritage Center by 1st February 2025 an updated report on the state of conservation of the property. Are there any objections? Yes, Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. We would like to retain the original paragraph, but on the implementation of the above, and maybe delete the rest until for examination by the World Heritage Committee at its 47th session. So it should be under implementation of the above for the examination by the World Heritage Committee at its 47th session.
No, Japan wants to undelete it, which means it remains, and the implementation of the above, in particular on the progress made towards fully meeting the fundamental conditions for the removal of the property from the list of World Heritage in danger, full stop. Japan wants that para undeleted. Yes. Rwanda, do you have any objection to the Japanese suggestion?
Oui, Monsieur le Président. À partir du moment où on a supprimé le paragraphe 7, donc il faudrait garder le paragraphe et sur la mise en œuvre des points ci-dessus mentionnés. Point. Undeleted. But the second part to be deleted, please. Thank you.
Japan, are you satisfied with that condition? Okay, remove the word of remove the name Japan because they are satisfied with the explanation given by Rwanda. Remove the name. Sorry, Japan.
I'm sorry, I was not clear. So, yes, I agree with the current screen, current conditions.
I understood you very well. Thank you. Please remove the name of Japan. Just do what I'm saying, please. Thank you. Okay. Now, for examination by the World Heritage Committee at its 47th session, Japan wants to keep that. Rwanda, you want it deleted? No, Rwanda does not want that deleted. Remove Rwanda's name. Okay, Thank you. So para 13 as it appears now, does anyone have any objections? Lebanon and Argentina, do you want to comment something on that? You want to comment, Argentina?
Gracias, señor presidente. No, estamos bien con el último cambio que hubo. Queremos hacer a que nos agreguen en el próximo artículo. Gracias.
Thank you. Lebanon, your name is written. Okay, it's cancelled. All right, so there is no objection to para 13. We go to para 14. Decides to remove Niokolo-Koba National Park, Senegal, from the list of World Heritage in danger. Is there any objection to this? I see 3 member states. Please do not play with your country's nameplate. Just keep it there till your name is called. That's all I'm requesting. Do not do this. Do not wave in the air. Just keep it, just keep it like this. Is it so difficult? Just let it remain like this. Thank you. We have 3 member states. First, I'll give to Belgium, followed by Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to add Belgium, and I would like also to take the opportunity to invite the colleagues from the committee, and especially our colleagues from Zambia to Belgium. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. Kagosi, it's only after my appreciation that, you're receiving all these invites. And you are so, after hearing you, I found you to be so knowledgeable, and it's such a pleasure to hear you. Thank you for coming to India. And thank you for that beautiful invitation, Belgium. I give the floor to Argentina. You have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Queremos que se agregue nuestro nombre. Fue nuestra primera intervención en este párrafo y felicitarnos por el consenso que parece que estamos alcanzando, que muestra realmente lo que estamos buscando, que es entregarle la responsabilidad a Senegal de que sigan trabajando con nosotros. Gracias.
Thank you, Argentina. I give the floor to
you have Lebanon.
Lebanon, followed by St. Vincent.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Tout d'abord, je pense que le rapporteur a oublié d'indiquer notre nom sur cette décision de retirer le parc de la liste du patrimoine en péril. Et ensuite, je voudrais vous remercier à vous, Monsieur le Président, pour cette atmosphère très agréable que vous êtes en train d'insuffler dans notre réunion. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you for the appreciation from Lebanon. I wish my wife was here to hear it, but thank you so much. After Lebanon, I give the floor to my colleague from St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think also the name of St. Vincent and the Grenadines was omitted. We said it in the first intervention we have done. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Bulgaria, to be followed by Mexico.
Thank you. We also would like to add the name of Bulgaria among the countries supporting this.
I now give the floor to Mexico, followed by Italy.
Gracias, señor presidente. También añadir, por favor, el nombre de México a esta enmienda y, pues, sobre todo, fortalecer el tema de que estar en la lista de peligro no es la lista de la vergüenza.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Italy, to be followed by Vietnam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and we would like to add our name in the list, and congratulations.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Vietnam, to be followed by Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to make 2 points. The first one, we also would like to add Vietnam to the list. And the second point is that we would like to thank the World Heritage Center for the explanation, because that was really helpful for the discussion and the decision-taking process of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Kenya, followed by Ukraine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We are very glad to be included on the list. It inspires state parties in Africa to work very hard towards coming out of the danger list. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Ukraine, followed by Zambia.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous voudrions le nom d'Ukraine soit inscrit dans la décision. Merci beaucoup.
Q. I will now give the floor to Zambia, followed by India.
Thank you, Chair. We are even wondering why Zambia is not appearing there, because in our introduction we had already declared that we are solely behind the state part of Senegal. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to India.
Thank you, Chair. India would definitely like to be part of that list, and we definitely want to support Senegal in all its efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have, there are no further objections. Before I adopt the whole para as a whole, please let me congratulate Ornella Kaze from Rwanda for doing an excellent job. The explanation that you have given, the questions that were posed to you, it shows how thorough you were with your work. Single-handedly, you have defended the amendment and you have withdrawn your objections, you have withdrawn your position and compromised and negotiated. I think this is what diplomacy is, and in a way, this large consensus has been developed because of the excellent work that you have done. And I will give this appreciation of yours to your ambassador, my friend Francois. Thank you, and of course, my congratulations to my friend Suleiman Jules Diop. You are on the verge of achieving what has not been achieved for 17 years. So now we will go back to the whole decision and adopt it. Please go right at the top. We have seen all the paras. Is there any objections to adoption of the draft decision as a whole? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-7A.54 adopted as amended.
So you will now give the floor to the state party. Now.
Thank you very much. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about this property, or in this case, the state party.
So you have Zambia.
Suleiman, I know you're happy. You can't forget the chair so quickly.
Chair, I'm doubly happy. When I arrived in this country, and I didn't say it, I'm amazed by the diversity in your country, the richness of your culture, your history, your heritage. And I said all that to you in the morning, the first morning, and arrived. And when I tasted the first lamb biryani, but this time the dub biryani, which is the authentic biryani. And I thank your country for that, for welcoming us here. I say thank you to the whole members of the committee, to the whole ambassadors, excellencies, ambassadors in the UNESCO. We know the responsibility behind this decision, and we will try our best to fulfill all the requirements and all the advices we received here. It's all Africa that really appreciate this decision, not only me, not only Senegal. And I think it's a very important day, an encouragement in the path of developing better relations in a very fair world. So thank you very much. Thank you all. Everybody, Those who had some interrogations, maybe restrictions, we think all this is a lesson for the future for us. We are a very small country, but we love to be loved by everybody. So thank you very much. Thank you. We do appreciate a lot what we achieved today. It's not a victory of not only me, my delegation, but our country. People are following in the medias. People working in the national park, this important national park, which is our pride, are following live, direct the decision, and we want to share our joy, our happiness with all of you. Thank you very much.
Rwanda, I know I've already appreciated you, but we are running short of time. Quickly, Rwanda, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. 20-second promise. I just wanted to congratulate Senegal and to also thank you, Chair, for your kind words. But I think my colleague back in Paris, Ornella Kaze, will be very happy because I'm Joël Boukana. Thank you, Chair. And congratulations, Senegal.
Thank you. I apologize for making that mistake, but I got confused. But the appreciation was then not for Ornella, the appreciation was for you. Thank you. Zambia?
Thank you, Chair. It is with great pride and immense gratitude that I stand here before you today to extend my heartfelt thanks for the momentous decision to remove the Niokolo-Koba National Park from the World Heritage List in danger. This achievement is a testament to the unwavering commitment and collaborative efforts of the State Party of Senegal, international partners such as African World Heritage Fund, through its capacity building programs with IUCN Dhaka office, and all financial partners involved. This support provided by these partners and the steadfast commitment of the State Party has been instrumental in implementing effective conservation measures, in enhancing community engagement, and promoting sustainable development in and around the park. Today, as we celebrate this achievement, we also recognize the importance of continued vigilance and cooperation. This journey to protect and preserve Niokolo-Koba that does not end here. Mr. Chairman, it is a continuous commitment that requires our collective efforts, resources, and expertise. Mr. Chairman, I would like to express my deepest appreciation to the World Heritage Committee and the African World Heritage Fund for the African States Parties for the unwavering support and partnership. Together, we have demonstrated that through collaboration and dedication, we can achieve remarkable outcomes for the benefit of our natural heritage as well as the well-being of our communities. Thank you once again for your steadfast commitment to conservation and for standing with Senegal in our mission. As Africans to protect Niokolo-Koba National Park, we look forward to continued collaboration and success in this year to come. Mr. Chairman, would also want to appreciate the wisdom and the great guidance that you have provided throughout this sensitive file. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I submit.
I'll give the last speaker, the Observer State Party of Uganda, the floor. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Uganda takes this opportunity to congratulate Senegal for removal of the Niokolo-Koba National Park on the World Heritage List in danger. This achievement, indeed, it is a testament and unwavering commitment of a collaborative efforts from different stakeholders, communities, and conservationists. Today, Uganda is one of the state parties that achieved this same removal of a site on the World Heritage List in danger, which is Kasuri Tombs. And from that time, I want to inform you, Mr. Chair, that we have seen changes at the site. And we believe that even with Senegal, after this achievement, there will be immense changes. And where we are looking at the species, we believe that the communities will have that effort from this support that they have received. They will be able to put more efforts to ensure that the wildlife is conserved. We want to thank the African delegates and the Africa World Heritage Fund, the World Heritage Center, and all stakeholders for this support to Senegal. We thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Uganda. I'm informed by Mr. Lazar, a very proud son of Africa, that there is also Tanzania. So I give the floor to Tanzania.
Chairperson, since it's my first time to take the floor in this session, let me congratulate the Government of India for successfully handling the 46th World Heritage Committee meeting. The United Republic of Tanzania would like to congratulate the State Party of Senegal for this achievement made possible by commitment and collaborative efforts of the State Party, international partners such as African World Heritage Fund, and all the financial partners involved. Deepest appreciation should also go to World Heritage Committee and World Heritage Center that demonstrate collaboration and dedication on outcomes for the benefit of our natural heritage and well-being of our communities. As Tanzania, we have the experience of having a site of Kilwa Kisiwani for 10 years in endangered list, and we worked very close with Center and Africa World Heritage Fund to remove, and now the site is doing extremely well. I thank you.
Thank you, Tanzania. Now, before we go to the next agenda item, Mr. Lazar Elendo Asomo cannot control himself with his happiness, so I am forced to give him the floor as well.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Effectivement, vous pouvez comprendre la grande satisfaction du secrétariat et de l'UNESCO dans son ensemble. Comme vous savez très bien, la priorité Afrique fait partie des priorités de la directrice générale et de l'ensemble du secrétariat et de vous aussi, les amis de l'Afrique. Et c'est grâce à vos soutiens, à votre accompagnement, à tous les pays donateurs qui appuient et qui soutiennent les activités en Afrique dans les sites du patrimoine mondial, qui ont soutenu les activités au Sénégal et dans ce parc et qui vont continuer à le faire. Donc la raison des recommandations très justes et très bonnes que vous avez décidé aujourd'hui pour accompagner le Sénégal. Le Sénégal va continuer à travailler et nous continuerons de soutenir le Sénégal. Je voudrais remercier aussi l'UICN qui a travaillé aussi beaucoup avec le Sénégal pour ce faire et remercier l'État partie à travers vous, Excellence, Monsieur l'ambassadeur Jules Diop et tous les experts qui sont aujourd'hui présents, qui ont expliqué au comité tous les efforts que le Sénégal a produits. Et vous, merci Monsieur le Président pour votre leadership.
Thank you, Lazar. And this is not just a victory for Senegal. I think it's a victory for all of Africa, and it sends a very positive message. Thank you all. Let us proceed now to the next item. We are going back to 7B, and the Secretariat has suggested we go to Notre-Dame Cathedral in Tournai, Belgium. I would now like to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Lebanon to present to the committee the reason it requested to open the state of conservation of Notre-Dame Cathedral in Tournai, Belgium. Excellency, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je serai bref. Le rapport sur l'état de conservation du bien, présenté par l'État partie le 1er février 2024, concerne plusieurs projets se situant dans le centre historique de la ville de Tournai, dans la zone tampon du bien et dans la zone tampon du beffroi, située à proximité immédiate de la cathédrale, et qui constitue l'un des composants du bien en série C943, beffroi de Belgique et de France. Le Centre du patrimoine mondial et l'UCOMOS ont fait part de leur inquiétude concernant 3 de ces projets. La démolition-reconstruction du pont des Trous. Les travaux ont débuté en 2019 et le pont a été reconstruit. Le deuxième projet, le carré Janssen, adjacent à la cathédrale, est en cours d'exécution, malgré l'avis du Centre du patrimoine mondial et de l'ICOMOS qui ont considéré que l'étude d'impact n'était pas satisfaisante. Et le musée des Beaux-Arts, monument emblématique de l'architecte Victor Horta, où le Centre et l'ICOMOS considèrent également que l'étude d'impact n'est pas satisfaisante. Le projet de décision considère que ces 3 projets, chacun de manière différente, constituent des altérations du tissu historique de Tournai et représentent une menace possible pour la préservation de la vue du bien et des beffrois de Belgique et de France. L'impact de ces projets n'est évidemment pas comparable à la situation dramatique à laquelle nous assistons depuis plusieurs années dans un grand nombre de centres urbains inscrits sur la liste du patrimoine mondial. Avec la construction de bâtiments de grande hauteur qui dénaturent de façon irrémédiable le tissu urbain historique et dont nous avons plusieurs exemples aujourd'hui dans l'item 7b. Évidemment, le bien dont nous parlons, la cathédrale de Tournai, n'est pas comparable à cela. Mais ces projets, dont nous avons plusieurs exemples, sont proposés pour adoption sans discussion et ne seront malheureusement pas discutés ici à cause du lobbying politique. En ouvrant la discussion sur l'état de conservation de la cathédrale de Tournai, nous souhaitons mettre l'accent sur un problème général, qui est que, contrairement aux dispositions de l'article 172 de l'orientation, nous assistons à la réalisation de projets dans des zones protégées au titre de la Convention, en particulier des bâtiments de grande hauteur, sans prendre en compte l'avis du centre, sans prendre en compte l'avis des organes consultatifs, qui se trouvent de ce fait mis devant le fait accompli. Cette pratique est extrêmement dangereuse. Elle constitue une menace pour la crédibilité de la Convention. Il est essentiel de rappeler aux États parties qu'en ratifiant la Convention de 1972, ils reconnaissent que les biens situés sur leur territoire constituent un patrimoine mondial à la protection duquel il est du devoir et de la responsabilité de la communauté internationale dans son ensemble de participer. Ce n'est plus des biens uniquement nationaux, c'est également des biens du patrimoine mondial. Merci.
Thank you. I now invite Ms. De San Cristobal and ICOMOS to present their comments. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Notre-Dame Cathedral is located in the city of Tournai, very close to the belfry of Tournai, as can be seen on the map. The belfry is a historic bell tower and is, as has been mentioned, a component of the belfries of Belgium and France World Heritage Property. There is a historic relationship between the cathedral and the belfry. The cathedral is the historic seat of religious power, and the belfry was constructed as an emblem of civic power in a spatial and thereby symbolic relationship with the cathedral. The Statement of Outstanding Universal Value for the World Heritage Property Notre-Dame Cathedral in Tournai notes specifically, and I quote, that its integrity is also expressed through its location in the urban fabric, a veritable landmark in the center of the urban landscape, as well as through its visual and symbolic relation to the nearby belfry. End quote. As mentioned, the project called Carré Janson is under construction directly adjacent to the cathedral in its buffer zone, and it is also located in the buffer zone of the belfry. The project entails the conversion of 4 historic buildings and the insertion of a contemporary 4-story structure in the courtyard, topped by a panoramic roof terrace on the 5th. As has been noted, this project has received negative reviews from ICOMOS, but also from the state parties' Royal Commission for Monuments, Sites and Excavations. Additionally, a current proposal for the alteration of the Musée des Beaux-Arts would introduce another vertical element into the urban landscape setting. ICOMOS has also provided guidance on amending this proposal. A final municipal decision on the project execution is planned for 2025. With your permission, Chair, the World Heritage Centre would like to add some brief comments in its response.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le Centre souhaite uniquement ajouter que ces projets viennent s'accumuler à la démolition et à la reconstruction du pont des Trous, qui ont eu lieu sans notification préalable au Centre du patrimoine mondial, comme le prévoit le paragraphe 172 des orientations devant guider la mise en œuvre de la Convention du patrimoine mondial. Le pont des Trous, certes, se situe à l'extérieur du bien et de sa zone tampon, mais il se situe dans son cadre plus large et dans la zone tampon d'un autre bien du patrimoine mondial, Beffroi de Belgique et de France. L'ensemble de ces projets représente une érosion du paysage urbain qui constitue le cadre de la cathédrale et du beffroi. Ces projets et leur effet cumulatif sur le bien sont à l'origine de la demande du secrétariat à l'État partie de soumettre pour la première fois à l'attention du comité un rapport sur l'état de conservation de la cathédrale Notre-Dame de Tournai. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you for the presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments. I see none. I will now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46-7B.5 concerning this property. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement concernant la cathédrale Notre-Dame de Tournai.
Thank you. The draft decision that appears before you is in the original. Are there any objections for its adoption? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 47-7B.5 adopted. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about this property. I see none. Horizontal plate means you do not want to intervene. Vertical plate means you want to intervene.
We don't. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I have not given you the floor because your plate is horizontal. Yes, Belgium, you may take the floor.
I'm just raising my plate, Mr. Chair. Thank you, but to say that we do not wish to take the floor, actually. There was some misunderstandings, sorry.
Thank you. I see no further requests. Let's proceed then. I now invite We are now going to discuss property proposed for inscription on the list of World Heritage in Danger, Stonehenge, Avebury and associated sites, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. I now invite Ms. Beta de Sant Cristobal and Ecomos to present the reports on the state of conservation of the cultural properties located in this region and opened for discussion. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Since 1994, the state of conservation of this property has been under review by the committee because of the threat posed by the A303 highway and its planned upgrading scheme, including the construction of a tunnel and open cut sections traversing the Stonehenge component of the property. The scheme has been the subject of 5 World Heritage Committee decisions between 2017 and 2023, and 4 advisory missions between 2015 and 2022, which together represent a decade of substantive and sustained dialogue with the state party. In 2021, the committee noted that if the development consent order for the scheme was confirmed by the UK court, the property would warrant inscription on the list of World Heritage in Danger. Despite this, the state party reissued a DCO in 2023 for the A303 scheme without incorporating the changes requested by the committee. At its last session, the committee requested the state party to submit a set of corrective measures, including modifications to the scheme, consistent with the committee's decisions and the recommendations of the 2022 advisory mission. The updated State of Conservation report submitted by the state party on 1st February 2024 includes responses to the latest committee decision and an information report on proposed design developments. These include 3.5 meter wide cantilever sections along each side of the length of the proposed western cutting, and an additional 150 meters wide green bridge. The state party held meetings with the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies on 11th January and 11th April this year. A third meeting was held on 11th July this year, following the publication of the State of Conservation report. The design developments presented by the state party only partially mitigate the visual impact of the western end of the property and do not meet the minimum requirement clearly set out in the committee's last decision and in the recommendations of the 2022 advisory mission. On 19 July 2024, the state party reported on the current court appeal of the DCO decision, which was heard between 15th to 17th July. The Court of Appeal has not yet delivered its judgment. Factual errors identified in the analysis of the published State of Conservation report have been agreed with the state party. Paragraphs 2 and 3 of the analysis state that the committee requested that the scheme be redesigned to remove 3.5 kilometers cuttings within the property. However, the open cutting at the western end, which is the main focus, has a length of approximately 550 meters. The identified errors in no way affect the conclusions of the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies, nor the draft decision before the committee, since the minimum change requested by the committee was an extension of the underground section of the western end of the tunnel to at least the western boundary of the property. Considering that the A303 scheme, as approved by the DCO and its current remaining form, poses an imminent threat to the property, and if implemented, would have a serious and irreversible impact on the outstanding universal value, including its integrity, the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies consider that the property, Stonehenge, Avery, and associated sites meets the criteria for inscription on the list of World Heritage in danger in accordance with paragraph 179 of the operational guidelines.
Thank you, Chair. The World Heritage Committee and the advisory bodies have been consistent over years in the advice provided to the state party about the proposed A303 scheme through the Stonehenge component of the property. The committee has already accommodated the proposed incursions at the eastern end of the property, but has consistently advised that the proposed tunnel should be continued to at least the property boundary to the west. Multiple committee decisions have advised that a 4-lane highway through part of the property in a cutting cannot be seen to protect its integrity. The current proposals with cantilevers and a second bridge across the proposed western cutting have not addressed fundamental flaws and are not consistent with the committee's decisions. The name Stonehenge applies to both the main henge and to the wider landscape. What must be protected is the entire component of the property, not just one ring of stones, but the full ensemble of prehistoric features including barrows, sightlines, and archaeological sites. The main henge is a highly visible and globally recognised monument, and the 2022 advisory mission acknowledged that the proposed tunnel would improve its immediate setting, but the current scheme would also irreversibly change the wider ceremonial archaeological area, resulting in a significant negative impact on the outstanding universal value of the property. The serious, permanent impacts arising from the current scheme could and should be avoided by further design changes. It is concerning that, contrary to consistent requests by the committee since 2018, underground cabling work in preparation for the scheme has already started in the vicinity of the property, and the overall construction contract has been let. In its current form, including the new 2024 modifications, the scheme would result in ascertained danger to the outstanding universal value of the property within the meaning of paragraph 179A of the operational guidelines, arising from permanent, irreversible loss of attributes which support its outstanding universal value. The recommendation that the committee inscribe the property on the list of World Heritage in Danger is not made lightly, but has become necessary to provide a framework within which the imminent destructive components of the A303 scheme can be reconsidered and the state party can deploy its utmost resources in accordance with Article 4 of the World Heritage Convention to facilitate the outstanding universal value of the property. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for this presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments before I give the floor to the rapporteur. I see none. Japan, you have the floor. To be followed by Kenya.
Thank you, Chair. Japanese delegation thanks to the State Party United Kingdom for their long-standing effort for this site. We also thank to the World Heritage Center and ICOMOS for their continuing hard work. As we all know, this committee has a long history of discussion on this site, more than 20 years, especially on the road issue. There were huge discussions on how to conserve the site, its archaeological value, as well as landscape value. Now, carefully reading the working document, draft decision, it is a kind of, allow me to say, surprise for us, because after a long history of deliberation, we thought this road issue was in the final phase for settlement, but it is suggested to put it on the list of World Heritage in Danger. So, if you allow me, Chair, we would like to ask the State Party UK about the reason why current proposal was chosen among various options, especially on the West Portal area of the road. I understand we can see the information on the document, but considering its importance, we would like to hear the State Party's voice. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Japan, for asking that question to the State Party. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kenya, followed by Jamaica.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would, on the outset, wish to convey the UK's commitment to finding an appropriate solution compatible with the OUV of the Stonehenge, as was requested at 31 Com 7B 104 in 2007. I want to demonstrate that by indicating the following, that the UK has considered 50 different options for resolving the negative impacts of A303. In addition, the UK has mobilized many experts cutting across the fields of archaeology, history, science, among others, to be invested in this for the last 30 years. Indeed, there are plans to deploy up to 120 archaeologists to the site for 18 months during the duration of the works that are anticipated. I would want to also confirm that they have been in constant communication with the advisory bodies, and a total of 6 missions have been undertaken to date. I would also want to dispute the claim that work has already commenced. The true position is that preliminary preparations are ongoing, but no mobilization or physical work has already commenced. Allow me also to indicate that the UK has committed 1.7 billion pounds to undertake what their experts perceive as the best solution for mitigating this long-standing challenge. I would also want to indicate that the area in dispute, the length of the road in dispute is only 0.7 kilometers, and that small portion is not sufficient in our considered opinion to cause any significant impact on the OUV of the very precious Stonehenge. I would want to reiterate UK's commitment to find a solution and deploy it, and to seek the permission of this World Heritage Committee to allow the UK to commence the works so that we can be able to conserve and preserve the OUV of the very precious Stonehenge. Thank you very much. I submit.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Jamaica, followed by Italy.
Thank you, Chair. In reviewing the ICOMOS report and dialogue with the state party, Jamaica commends the UK for the work already carried out for the Stonehenge, Avebury, and associated sites. It has been evident over the years that through dialogue with ICOMOS, recommended actions have been implemented by the state party to see the continued preservation of this iconic site. This includes, but are not limited to, revised management and governance for the property, new educational facilities in consideration of the technical review by ICOMOS, and consistent dialogue among stakeholders. In relation to the road scheme being considered for implementation, we do note the recognition of the UK's continued dialogue with the Centre and ICOMOS, as we know that this really is the best way to ensure that there's a best way, or the proposed best action in preserving a site's OUV. The UK has indicated it has tried to find varying solutions to the A303 road network, but that it is unable to fully meet the requests made due to significant financial outlay. They have, however, proposed further considerations that, while not fully addressing the previous decision of the committee, have provided some adjustments towards same. As such, Chair, we believe that further dialogue with the state party of the UK would be beneficial, as there's no issue seen with the upgrading of the A303 road, but with the extension to the western boundary of the property. We are of the view, in light of this, that the property should not be placed on the World Heritage List in danger, but that a middle ground, a place of compromise, be found in relation to the road upgrade. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Italy, followed by Zambia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and esteemed colleagues. We carefully analyzed the state of conservation report and the ICOMOS evaluation of the property. We extend our gratitude to the state party for providing detailed information on the extensive consultations undertaken with a diverse range of stakeholders, including heritage NGOs, local governments, and communities. We acknowledge that the state party's commitment in investing additional funds in the scheme, specifically to address heritage priorities within the boundaries of the World Heritage Site. We are fully aware of the state party's expertise in the field of rescue archaeology and appreciate their major efforts in conducting investigation works that utilize both advanced technologies and competent human resources. These competences are clearly demonstrated in the project. We trust that the same level of attention towards the conservation of this heritage site will be maintained in the subsequent stages. We strongly encourage constant monitoring to avoid any potential risks. Furthermore, we recommend maintaining a continuous dialogue with the advisory bodies and the World Heritage Center to prevent any further critical issues. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I give the floor to Zambia, followed by Qatar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the state party of Zambia, we would like to appreciate the continuous dialogue that has been going on between the state party and the state party of United Kingdom and the advisory bodies. However, Mr. Chairman, we have got a concern that at the time when the state party of United Kingdom is trying hard to make sure that the impacts are minimized, and we say this, that the impacts are minimized simply because we have a situation where there were 3 roads. The first road was removed. Now we go to the second road, they have dealt with it. And when they are even dealing with the third mitigation measure by even sunkening the visual impact, that's when we are about to decide to put them on an endanger. danger list. Because when you look at that road which is being proposed, it is literally taking out the visual impact, the impacts it is out of the line of sight. So when you talk of visual impact, that would have been submerged. And that being the case, we feel that it will be too much for the committee to decide otherwise. Beyond that, there's also the policy of, the policy document on sustainable development, which UNESCO itself adopted in 2015. And this policy of sustainable development talks about, the protection of, the outstanding universal value, but at the same time, looking into the aspects of, the community benefits. And this road, which is passing through this site, is also contributing to issues of sustainable development. So we should also look at that aspect. Otherwise, the policy of sustainable development will be a document which will be in vain in terms of the implementation of the World Heritage Convention. So from this point of view, the state part of Zambia is very convinced that there is no need to put this site on a list of endangered properties. I submit, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Qatar, followed by St. Vincent.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We observe that the UK government has demonstrated a strong commitment to the conservation and enhancement of this property so far. However, the proposed A303 road improvement scheme has been a point of contention primarily due to concerns about its impact on the site's OUV. We acknowledge the extensive efforts made by the UK state party to address these concerns, including the recent design adjustment, which aim to mitigate the potential adverse effects on the property. The introduction of cantilevered edges and an additional green bridge are commendable steps towards reducing the visual and physical impact of the road scheme. It's important to recognize, Mr. Chair, that the proposed design developments offer enhanced mitigation measures that aim to preserve the integrity of the property. We feel it's a positive stride towards balancing developmental needs with the heritage conservation. Considering the state party's proactive measures and ongoing dialogue with the World Heritage Center and advisory bodies, it reflects a genuine commitment to safeguarding the site's OUV. Therefore, the delegation of Qatar supports the intervention and points made by the distinguished delegations of Kenya and other state parties. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the St. Vincent and the Grenadines, to be followed by the Republic of Korea.
Work of the United Kingdom State Party in their sustained effort towards finding a solution to mitigate the adverse impact of the 8303 highway on the integrity of the Stonehenge heritage site. This situation can be classified as a clash between archaeology and the environment. The state party has submitted a proposed development which should reinstate the natural environment across the entire site once the highway is removed. The assurance is given in the design of the tunnel. The assurance is given the design of the tunnel was generated following extensive invasive and non-invasive investigations and site mapping. Furthermore, archaeological finds should immediately trigger work stoppage. All of this is not without compromise, especially at the western end of the proposed tunnel, where cost, topography, and human interactions dictates its length, route, and location. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is satisfied that the UK State Party has maintained dialogue with the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies throughout this process and will continue to do so. We nevertheless urge the state parties to submit the outstanding documents and designs to the World Heritage Committee before December 31st, 2024. In conclusion, St. Vincent and the Grenadines is of the opinion that placing Stonehenge on the World Heritage List in danger is not warranted at this time. We therefore support the amendment as presented by Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you. May I request Zambia to please make your nameplate horizontal. I give the floor to the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Republic of Korea understands that Stonehenge showcases the development of architectural culture and that any irreversible change needs to be taken seriously. We take note of the UK's efforts in participatory conservation through cooperation and partnership. We recognize that the state party has deliberated several various options for the protection of the site over the past 30 years. While the new road plan contributes to the protection of Stonehenge, it also raises various concerns. We would like to reiterate our statements from yesterday that the World Heritage Committee and the inscription on the list of World Heritage in danger is not to punish the state parties for their shortcomings, but rather a way to protect World Heritage and mobilize support. Dialogue is the most important means to that end. While both the advisory body and the state party are committed to the protection of Stonehenge, it is unfortunate that they have very different views on the new road. The Republic of Korea calls for the continuation of dialogue between the state party and the advisory body. While the UK and the advisory body are in conversation, we could further wait to make the decision to inscribe the site on the list of danger. The committee can evaluate the progress at the 47th session and request that the due date of the SOC not be delayed from February to December 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Bulgaria, followed by Mexico.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Comprenant les inquiétudes exprimées par les Commons concernant l'intégrité de vue, nous aimerions rappeler quelques faits. Comme ça a été déjà souligné en plusieurs reprises au cours des 30 dernières années, l'État parti a examiné environ 50 options différentes pour le schéma de route et tout ça, c'était en réponse aux recommandations du comité. Et l'option actuelle, quand même, aujourd'hui, a le soutien de l'Agence nationale du patrimoine culturel et des principales ONG travaillant dans le domaine du patrimoine culturel. Ça, c'est dû en grande partie au fait que cette option est la plus favorable en ce qui concerne les structures archéologiques. Tout d'abord, le tracé de projet proposé est pratiquement identique à celui-là de la route A303, dont les vestiges culturels en place ont été déjà étudiés ou partiellement perturbés pendant la construction de la route. Malgré ça, le projet d'investissement prévoit des recherches archéologiques approfondies dans la servitude. En ce qui concerne le monument lui-même, et l'endommagement de ses attributs, les vibrations associées à la construction, à l'exploitation et les bruits sont les plus menaçants. Tous ces aspects ont été analysés en détail dans plusieurs documents et l'étude d'impact réalisée ne suscite aucune inquiétude. Une analyse systématique et détaillée de la nappe phréatique et des risques qui y sont associés a également été réalisée. Sur la base des facteurs de risque répertoriés, une surveillance continue des indicateurs est également prévue, ce qui permettra de prendre des mesures en temps utile si nécessaire. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Thank you. I give the floor to Mexico.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Monumentos emblemáticos como este, mediáticos siempre causan polémica. Así recuerden ustedes, miembros del comité, lo que sucedió años atrás con la discusión de la cercanía del AVE con la Sagrada Familia en Barcelona. Esta obra no supone, conforme a lo que ha informado el Estado parte, riesgo para la seguridad estructural del monumento. Ni originaría ni perturbaciones ni alteraciones significativas en el terreno de cimentación del monumento, ni tampoco del paisaje de entornos, por eso la propuesta. Cuenta con una detallada estrategia de mitigación arqueológica, fruto de ese trabajo conjunto con expertos en la conservación y atendiendo desde hace 13 años las recomendaciones del órgano consultivo y del Centro del Patrimonio Mundial en acciones de planeación, consulta y autorizaciones correspondientes. Son proyectos de infraestructura que siempre causarán polémica por la cercanía con, repito, este tipo de monumentos. Y finalmente, estamos de acuerdo con la petición y sugerencia, recomendación de Kenia y de otros estados parte de darle tiempo a este estado parte de seguir trabajando y de presentar las opciones más correctas que haya para la realización de la obra en el acompañamiento, como lo ha demostrado hasta ahora, con el órgano consultivo y el Centro del Patrimonio Mundial. Gracias.
Thank you. Since all the committee state parties have spoken, I see that Ukraine has raised its plate. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. So we see that the state party tries to reduce the consequences of road construction, understand the existing archaeological risks, and conducts the necessary research. These are positive factors for the preservation of the object. In the existing condition, we believe that the object should not be included in the list of the World Heritage in danger. At the same time, it is important that the country to conduct monitoring missions and constant interaction with the competent authorities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to the State Party of the UK to respond to the queries posed. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Over 50 options, including surface roads to the north and south of the property, have been thoroughly explored over the years. The scheme has been revised and amended, including the tunnel being lengthened in response to recommendations, in order to reach consensus over the vast majority of the design. At the Western Portal, we have fully explored the recommendations for bored tunnel and cut and cover extension, which would have significant impact on the transport infrastructure on the edge outside of the property, meaning these are not considered feasible. We responded to the 45Com request for corrective measures to the adverse visual impact and connectivity by proposing an additional green bridge and cantilevered sides to further hide the view of the road, seeking to find a middle ground. The proposed scheme means the 0.7 kilometres of open road is below the sight line in a cutting and only visible right by the edge of the 25 square kilometre site. It will not in any way be visible to visitors to the Stonehenge Circle 1.4 kilometres away. This cut and partial cover option is the best available to address the adverse impact of the existing road on this iconic site. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite the Secretariat to give its views.
It will be first ICOMOS, if I may.
Thank you, Chair. ICOMOS would like to make a number of clarifications in response to the interventions made by the members of the committee. Firstly, ICOMOS emphasises that this component of the property is not a ring of stones. This component of the property is a large area which includes barrows, archaeological sites, and the interrelationship between them. And so if the committee is to make a well-informed decision, it's important to understand that the proposed A303 infrastructure involves a very substantial cut, not into the setting of the component, but into the component itself. It is not a correct understanding of the project to say that it will have no significant effect on the monument. It involves cutting out part of the monument. ICOMOS is concerned to clarify, in case there was a misunderstanding of the earlier remarks, that it is true that physical work has not commenced within the property. But it is also true that explicitly contrary to the request of the committee at its last session, preparatory works have in fact commenced in the vicinity, and the state party has acted to proceed with the project by letting the construction contract. ICOMOS therefore just wishes to clarify with respect to the intervention of the honourable delegate from Korea that if the matter before the committee were to be deferred for one more year, it is very likely, consequent on decisions of the UK courts, that the physical damage that is of great concern to the advisory body and the Secretariat would in fact have occurred by the time of the 47th session of the committee. And finally, with respect to the intervention from the honourable delegate from St Vincent's and the Grenadines, it's actually not proposed to reinstate, and I think I'm quoting, the natural environment across the entire site. Firstly, this is a largely cultural constructed environment, and it's not some reconstruction of natural areas. And secondly, notwithstanding what's proposed, already we've agreed at the eastern end that there will be a substantial physical intervention and ingress into the property of a 4-lane motorway. And at the western end, there will be in fact 950 metres, not 700, of 4-lane motorway through the property, albeit with 2 bridges of 100 metres and 150 metres respectively. So insofar as the committee is informed by the advice that has been provided, the committee should not have any misunderstanding and should clearly focus on the fact that this proposal involves a substantial, permanent, adverse intervention, and it is the clear technical advice of ICOMOS that it would permanently adversely affect the integrity of the property and therefore its outstanding universal value. Thank you, Chair.
If I may add, just on, to reply to the delegations that I'm invited to continue the dialogue between the advisory bodies, the Secretariat and the State Party, which of course both the advisory bodies and the State and the Secretariat always remain available. But it would be important to give guidance on what this dialogue would, what the topic of this dialogue would be, because also to add on what my colleague from ICOMOS says, that when the next session of the committee starts, works normally should have started pending the decision of the court. The State Party has informed the advisory bodies, has informed the Secretary, has informed the committee. You just heard that this is the best available outcome. So it's important that in its decision the committee gives guidance to the Secretary and the advisory bodies what the further consultations that you are inviting, what would be the subject of those further consultations. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's proceed then. I will now invite you to adopt draft decision 46-7B.18 concerning this property. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments.
Monsieur le Président, nous avons effectivement reçu un amendement soumis par le Kenya concernant Stonehenge, Avebury et les sites associés. Amendement qui débute avec le considérant le paragraphe 2 en ajoutant des références à des réunions statutaires précédentes. Plus loin au paragraphe 5, note que le projet d'amélioration de la route A303, si après de nommer le projet, à ce titre je fais une petite parenthèse pour m'adresser aux délégués du Liban qui avaient émis quelques soucis avec la traduction du terme design qu'il avait proposé par projet. Nous avons consciemment traduit design par conception dans cette traduction française, puisque le mot projet est traduit en anglais par scheme, qui est utilisé plusieurs fois dans le projet de décision. Parenthèse refermée. Si après de nommer le projet à Stonehenge, composante du bien, estimé à 1,7 million de livres sterling, un peu plus dans le paragraphe, et que, comme l'indique le rapport sur l'état de conservation du bien soumis par l'État partie en 2024, la conception peut être améliorée après l'attribution du DCO, et note également l'autorisation de faire appel à cette décision a également été accordée. Paragraphe suivant, note, et avec la suppression de la première partie du paragraphe, que les travaux préparatoires à proximité du bien ont commencé et que l'État partie a soumis un ensemble de mesures correctives au Centre du patrimoine mondial avant le 31 janvier 2024, dans le rapport de l'État partie sur l'état de conservation du bien de 2024, qui comprennent la modification du projet pour répondre aux impacts négatifs indiqués dans les recommandations de la mission de conseil. Paragraphe suivant. Prend note du fait que l'État partie a pris en compte plus de 50 options différentes pour le projet au cours des 30 dernières années, avec des amendements et modifications pour répondre aux recommandations du comité, et qu'il a le soutien de l'Agence nationale pour le patrimoine et d'ONG de premier plan dans le domaine du patrimoine. C'est une proposition d'insertion de nouveaux paragraphes. Paragraphe suivant, qui devient le paragraphe 8, reconnaît l'engagement de l'État partie à la place de l'intention déclarée. Fin de paragraphe, lesquelles représentent un ensemble de mesures correctives pour modifier le projet. Paragraphe suivant, remplacer l'exprime son profond regret par note que les modifications de conception proposées ne changent pas le projet en pleine conformité avec les recommandations de la mission de conseil de 2022. Mais reconnaît que les modifications de conception proposées permettent de mieux atténuer les impacts sur l'intégrité du bien. Insertion d'un paragraphe 10 encourage l'État partie à continuer d'explorer d'autres options qui pourraient réduire plus avant, on remplacera par réduire davantage, les impacts négatifs sur le portail ouest. Paragraphe suivant. Considérant ces précédentes demandes, à la place de réitère, suppression de réitère également et du terme avis cohérent, du terme cohérent. En fin de paragraphe, note que les informations soumises par l'État partie, selon lesquelles une extension du tunnel en tranchée couverte ne réduirait pas l'étendue des ressources archéologiques devant être retirées, puisque les infrastructures requises pour l'option de tranchée couverte nécessiteraient des fouilles archéologiques plus étendues que dans l'option proposée par l'État partie. Paragraphe suivant. Note en outre, avec la suppression, conserve encore des tronçons au lieu d'importants tronçons, et suppression de la deuxième moitié du paragraphe. Insertion d'un nouveau paragraphe 13, note également que le projet proposé aurait un impact positif important sur la VUE du bien, comme l'a reconnu la mission de conseil de 2022, et offre une solution pour répondre aux impacts négatifs de la route A303 existante. Paragraphe suivant, remplace des sites par « ayant considéré la possibilité d'inscrire Stonehenge et les sites associés », reconnaît que les modifications de conception proposées permettent une meilleure atténuation des impacts sur l'intégrité du bien et que les impacts du tronçon ouvert de 0,7 km au portail ouest ne constituent pas un péril suffisamment avéré ou potentiel qui justifierait l'inclusion sur la liste du patrimoine mondial en péril. Suppression du paragraphe suivant, demande en outre, insertion d'un nouveau paragraphe. Note que le projet, avec les modifications de conception proposées, représente la solution la plus faisable pour l'État partie, eu égard à l'impact de la route A303 sur le bien. On rajoutera route A303 dans la version anglaise pour une meilleure compréhension. Et enfin, le dernier paragraphe demande enfin à l'État partie de soumettre au Centre du patrimoine mondial d'ici le 1er décembre 2025 pour examen à sa 48e session. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. We'll now go paragraph by paragraph. Para 1. Are there any objections? I see none. Para 2. Are there any objections to para 2? I see none. Para 3 and para 4. Are there any objections? Lebanon, you have the floor.
I'm sorry, Chair. I have another version of Kenya's proposal, which is not the one which is here. It was a previous version. I'm sorry.
Para 3 and 4. Is there any objection? I see none. Para 5. Lebanon, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What does it mean costed at 1.7 million? We don't care about how much it costs. I mean, what's important is the effect on heritage. Even if it costs 5 million, we are not concerned with this money or how many sterling. Please, we should remove this. We never, in any decision of the committee, we say this costs 2 million, 5 million, 1 million, 2 million. It does not exist. What's important is the effect on heritage. Please, we should.
Thank you. I sense the spirit, and that's the spirit of the World Heritage Convention, that it's not the cost, but the intent. And Lebanon wants it to be deleted. Kenya, can you live with that?
Most obliged.
Okay, Kenya agrees to that. We go on. Yes, Kenya has agreed, and that as outlined. So is there any objection to para 5 as it appears now? I see no objection. Go to para 6. I have seen intervention. The Secretariat requests an intervention for para 6. The Secretariat has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the Secretariat and ICOMOS, we are mindful of the views expressed by the members of the committee, but in the interests of the decision being factual and accurate, we would highlight that the 45th session of the committee made some very explicit requirements about decisions about the minimum requirements, and while it is obviously a matter for the committee to accept the design or not, the fact is that the current 2024 design does not deliver the corrective measures that were explicitly stated in the 45th session decision, and the committee may seek to adjust that accordingly. Thank you, Chair.
You have heard the Secretariat say that the latest report does not reflect, in principle, the decision taken in the 45th session, and the committee may like to adjust it. Can you help us with a text with which the Secretariat would be comfortable? I know you have given an original which has been cancelled, but now you have chosen to intervene on the amendment. So I can refer to you, or I can refer to the rapporteur, or you can speak to the rapporteur and the rapporteur can make the correction. Or Lebanon, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that the problem relates to this paragraph that says modifying the scheme to reflect the committee's decision as informed by the recommendation of 2022 advisory mission. If you remove just this paragraph, I mean modifying the scheme to reflect the committee decision, if we just remove, to reflect the committee's decision as informed by the recommendation of the mission, this will work. I mean, submitted a set of corrective measures to address the adverse impact set out in the advisory mission. Yeah, but it's not, I mean, the problem here is that the state party says that it reflects the committee decision, and the Secretariat says it does not reflect. So if we remove this, the state party has presented a report. This report says it's addressing the adverse impact, but we don't know if it's if we just remove this phrase, modify the scheme to reflect committee decision as informed by the recommendation, it will work.
Okay, so you correct. The Secretariat, with the Lebanese suggestion, does this appear factually correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I think the last part of the sentence in blue, it's actually repeating a bit of the same, because, let me go to English, informed by the recommendation of the 2022 advisory mission, or to address the adverse impact set out in the advisory mission recommendations, seems a bit of the same. So if we delete it in one place, perhaps it would be more consistent to delete it also in the other place.
Okay, so just delete the last part also, subject to the approval of Kenya after listening to the deliberations. Kenya, is it acceptable to you?
Can I say something? Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. Yeah, just to be grammatically correct, yes, you have got that right. Mr. Lazar, you want to take the floor? Yeah.
Yes, no, Chairperson, thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I just want to clarify and then probably to inform all the committee members that what we're trying to do with the draft decision, as you have been asking us as the Secretariat, is to follow up on your previous decisions. And also to provide you with the best recommendations and advice that you want when you are requesting for advisory missions. So we mobilize experts, the best experts, to study with you the situation and provide you the advice, and we bring the reports to the committee and you take some decisions. So in this paragraph, we would like just to avoid that it doesn't read well in the sense that you are contradicting your own decision you have taken last year requesting the state party to halt until the committee has reviewed comprehensive information package. And that's the reason why we had put this. And I think now it reads in a different way, but it's okay. What is important is that it can sound better when it's read. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Are there any objections to para 6, how it appears now? I see none. Let's go on. Para 7. takes note that the state party has considered over 50 different options for the scheme over the last 30 years, with amendments and modifications to respond to recommendations by the committee, and has support of the National Heritage Agency and major heritage NGOs. I have an inclination of what Lebanon will say, but you have the floor, sir.
I'm sorry, Chair. First of all, we should remove to respond to recommendation by the committee, since the committee decision that was taken last year is not respected. And then, I'm sorry, but the support of major heritage NGOs, we know that other major heritage NGOs do not support the project. So let's remove and major heritage NGOs. It has the support of the National Heritage Agency, okay, but major heritage NGOs, some of them are with, some of them are against. Thank you.
Thank you. So now the para takes note that the state party has considered over 50 different options for the scheme over the last 30 years with amendments and modifications, and has support of the National Heritage Agency. Kenya, is it okay for you?
The point comes out clearly, so we are happy with that.
Thank you. Are there any further comments on para 7? I see none. We go to para 8. The word stated intention has been replaced by commitment, and the line has been added at the end, which constitute a set of corrective measures to modify the schemes, which means the committee as a whole is authenticating these measures. Would the committee want to be associated with this statement? Lebanon, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, in paragraph 5, we said that the design can be refined. In paragraph 5, we said that permission to appeal was given. So we cannot, as a committee, say that the proposed adjustments constitute a set of corrective measures to modify the scheme that are in direct response to committee decisions. We can say that it's better, we can say whatever you want, but we cannot. If we say that the design can be refined, as it's said in paragraph 5, and if we say that permission to appeal was given, which means that it's open to modification. So it's better not to be so affirmative. Let's be less affirmative. Let's remove which constitute a set of corrective measures to modify the scheme. It will be better.
I yield to the experience of Lebanon. Please remove it, and I go back to my dear friend from Kenya, and is it okay with him?
Most obliged, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. We go to para 9. Notes that the proposed design developments do not modify the scheme in full accordance with the recommendations. Notes, I repeat, notes that the proposed design developments do not modify the scheme in full accordance with the recommendations of the 2022 Advisory Mission and its Decision 45-7B.62. In particular regarding the western end of the Stonehenge components of the property, but recognizes that the proposed design developments offer enhanced mitigation of the impacts on the integrity of the property. Lebanon, you have the floor.
Yes, Mr. President. In paragraph 10, we are saying that we encourage the state party to continue to explore whether there are any further options to further reduce the adverse impact of the western border. So maybe all the, I mean, we recognize that the proposed design development in paragraph 9 offer enhanced mitigation of the impacts, and then we say, let's look and explore any further options. I think that we should remove totally paragraph 9 and keep paragraph 10. In that case, things are clearer. In order not to be...
Okay, so Lebanon seeks deletion of para 9 in lieu of what's mentioned in para 10. Kenya, please let me know your expert views.
I think for consistency, the honorable delegate from His Excellency from Lebanon is correct. Would have to go with him, with his suggestion.
Thank you. Para 10 encourages the state party to continue to explore whether there are any further options to further reduce the adverse impact of the Western Portal. Okay, I guess, are there any objections to the deletion of para 9, the earlier para 9? I see none. The new para 9 encourages the state party. Are there any objections to this para? I see none. We go to the new para 10. Kenya suggestion, in view of its previous request that the state party should not proceed with the 8303 route upgrade for the section between Amesbury and Berwick Down in its current further modified form, and its previous advice that the minimum change required includes an extension of the underground section of the western approach in tunnel and or cut and cover at least to the western boundary of the property, with the western portal relocated as far to the west as reasonably practical, thereby reducing the length of the cut and cover section and minimizing the extent of archaeological resources which must be removed. Notes the information provided by the state party that an extension of the tunnel in cut and cover would not minimize the extent of archaeological resources which must be removed, as the infrastructure required for the cut and cover option would require a greater area of archaeological excavation than the state party's proposed option. Yes, Lebanon, you have the floor.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I think this discussion about the extent of archaeological resources, is it bigger or smaller, etc., all this should be removed. Maybe we say, with the Western Portal relocated as far to the west as reasonably practical, stop there, and we remove all the rest, which is I mean, the extent of archaeological excavation is related to the project that we want in order to best preserve the OUV of the property. Doing archaeological research is not bad. I mean, you can do a lot of archaeological research, you can have a lot of archaeological resources needed, which is okay. I mean, it's not a problem.
Okay, Kenya, I request the editors to please strike out what Lebanon is saying, delete. Please, yes, thank you. Kenya, I would like to know your views.
I'm yet to check if the sentence will still remain intact. If it does, then we are happy with the amendment.
You can read it, it's on the screen. Kenya, Is it okay now for you? Can someone check for its grammatical correctness? The rapporteur, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Peut-on proposer la décision commençant par note eu égard aux précédentes demandes selon lesquelles l'État partie ne doit pas procéder à l'amélioration du tracé. Donc remplacer le réitère vraiment initial de la décision par notes in view of its previous requests.
Notes in view of its previous requests that the state party should not proceed with the 8303 route upgrade for the section between Amesbury and Berwick Down in its current further modified form, and its previous advice that, the minimum change required include an extension of the underground section of the western approach in tunnel and or cut and cover, bracket closed, at least to the western boundary of the property, with the western portal relocated as far to the west as reasonably practical. That's it. Kenya?
It reads well, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any objections to this para 10 as it appears? I see none. We go down to para 11. Further notes that the current scheme as modified in January 2024 still retains dual carriageway sections exposed in cuttings, particularly those at the western end of the Stonehenge component of the property. The Secretariat likes to take the floor. You have it.
Sorry, Chairperson, is on the next paragraph because now the numbering has changed.
So noted. Are there any objections to this new para 11, how it stands on the screen? I see none. Let's proceed to the new para 12. Also notes that the proposed scheme would have a significant positive impact on the OUV of the property as acknowledged by the 2022 advisory mission and provide a solution to the acknowledged adverse impacts of the existing 8303 road. The Secretariat, you have the floor, but Lebanon has asked. Lebanon, you have the floor first.
I just wanted to say the Secretariat and let's say the draft decision says that the project will have a negative impact. Now we are saying it will have a positive impact. Let's not take any positions there. I mean, let's leave the discussion open because we said that the project could be better transformed, that we say that the state party can further find other options. Let's not say neither that the project has negative impact or positive impact. Let's remove totally this 12 and then go to the 13 and try to find an agreement on the 13. But let's remove it completely because, I mean, it's in contradiction with a lot of things.
The Secretariat, now that the para has been deleted, Kenya, are you okay with this deletion?
I think it agrees very well with what we've been pursuing so far and opening channels for modifications.
Thank you. Lebanon has been the guiding light in these discussions. I have never had the pleasure to be to your beautiful country, but seeing, I know I always love Lebanese food, but Lebanese wisdom is now guiding us. So I'm so impressed by the experience and the guiding light of Lebanon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to invite you to Lebanon.
Thank you so much. This is the beauty of the World Heritage Convention. It not only helps you win and get properties inscribed, but also an international check on it, but also helps you win friends and helps you win the hearts of people. And that is so important in today's world. If we can win the hearts of our friends, I think that itself is a great step forward. We go to para 12, Kenya, suggestion. Having considered whether to inscribe Stonehenge, Avebury, and associated sites, blah, 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 on the list, okay, recognizes that the proposed design developments offer enhanced mitigation of the impacts on the integrity of the property, and that the impacts of the proposed open 0.7 kilometers cutting at the western portal do not constitute sufficient certain or potential danger to warrant inclusion on the list of World Heritage in danger. If I'm not mistaken, I had heard the Secretariat or ECOMOS mention that 0.7 kilometers is 700 meters. It's not 700 meters, but it's 950 meters. If I'm not mistaken, I had heard that. The Secretariat, could you clarify on this amendment?
Thank you, Chair. The correct answer is 950 metres because that is the length of the cutting. It is true that the cutting does have two bridges, which would in plan form reduce, looking straight down from above, the visible area of the four-lane highway to 0.7 kilometres. But if the reference is to the cutting, what it should correctly say is 950 metres. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So we are now on para 12. Qatar, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Juste après bien avoir écouté l'ECOMOS et certaines explications, si vous nous permettez, Monsieur le Président, de demander à l'État partie de nous clarifier sur la clarification des ECOMOS pour qu'on puisse bien comprendre mieux la situation et la raison derrière cette proposition, bien évidemment, et l'explication des ECOMOS. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. I will now as requested, I would like to give the floor to the State Party to answer the specific question. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The clarity is over the word open. So it's 950 metres as ECOMOS stated, but we've included the word open in open cutting. So with the two bridges, there was only 750 open, 700 metres of open cutting remaining.
So the word 0.7 kilometers is correct, the UK?
Of open cutting, the original text was correct.
Thank you. So we thank you so much for that suggestion, Qatar. ECOMOS, after listening to the explanation by the State Party, they have used the word proposed open cutting, and I think you have also mentioned the same. Now 0.7 kilometers would seem right.
Thank you, Chair. ECOMOS doesn't press the point. ECOMOS was simply answering the technical question. It's not material to the substance of the paragraph. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, but the question was on numeric values, and we wanted specific answers, and I'm thankful to the Ambassador of Qatar for having understood it, and thankful to the State Party of UK to have answered it very specifically. Now the para, how it stands, para 12. Are there any objections to the Kenyan amendment? Lebanon, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, we opened the possibility of negotiation and discussion between the state party and the advisory bodies in order to better answer the demands or the proposals of the committee, etc., etc. We are speaking about 700 meters. It's nothing. I mean, it's a small detail if we take into consideration the length of the whole site. Maybe let's don't consider neither inscription or non-inscription. Maybe let's only say, well, as the state party, in consultation with the World Heritage Center and the advisory body, to prepare state of conservation with the new project for the next committee session. I think this is the better solution we can find. Neither say that, well, we have to inscribe it on the list in danger, nor say, no, we don't inscribe it. Let's leave the things open for the negotiations between now and next year. Mainly that permission to appeal was given, which means that the project will not start before the appeal decision is given. So it will probably be delayed for 2026. So we can, at that time, see what happens. This is what I would like to.
We are now dealing with the specific text of the para. The specific text, I
just propose to remove completely this paragraph. Paragraph 12, remove it completely, and replace paragraph 12 and modify paragraph 13, sorry.
We will take one step at a time. Para 12 has been recommended for deletion by Lebanon. Kenya, I would like to know your views. Are you in concurrence with Lebanon?
There is consistency again. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kenya. Are there any further objections on the delay? Any objections on the deletion of Para 12 as it stands on the screen? Kenya has said for consistency, Kenya agrees to it. Qatar, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président, excuse-moi de reprendre la parole encore une fois. Juste après, bien évidemment, bien analysé, bien écouté, et avec tous mes respects d'explication de toutes délégations présidentes et la commence et l'État parti, moi je préférais bien sûr garder le paragraphe 12 comme il était proposé par Kenya. Je pense que ce paragraphe 12 clarifie vraiment la situation sur terrain et donne bien sûr de façon très efficace, avec des informations utiles, de continuation avec l'État parti, de dialoguer aussi avec tous les partis, notamment le secrétariat et le advisory body. Juste une proposition s'il est possible. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Qatar, St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with the Ambassador of Qatar. We prefer to keep this paragraph, and he explained very well why we should keep it. Thank you.
But Kenya has agreed with Lebanon to have it deleted. Qatar.
Monsieur le Président, on est dans un comité vraiment avec l'atmosphère très positive, constructive, que vous guidez ce comité. C'est pour ça que Qatar a demandé si les autres États membres peuvent nous rejoindre sur notre proposition de garder l'amendement du Kenya, et si notre collègue du Kenya est d'accord, bien évidemment, on va aller de garder la proposition du Kenya. Merci.
Thank you. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I echo with the distinguished ambassador of Qatar and St. Vincent Grenadines that I think we need to keep this paragraph, and because I think we would like to perhaps we would like to hear more clarification from the state party about this issue, the possible impact of the proposed design development. What kind of impact that proposed design development could have on this property? Thank you.
So you want to hear from the state party what kind of impact the proposed design would have on the property?
Yes, indeed. We'd like to hear more further clarification on this point.
Okay, Lebanon, you have raised your plate. You have the floor.
Oui, excusez-moi, Monsieur le Président, mais si on reconnaît dans ce paragraphe que les modifications de conception proposées permettent une meilleure atténuation des impacts sur l'intégrité du bien, recognize that the proposed design development offer enhanced mitigation of the impact of the integrity of the property, why did we ask in paragraph 6, I think, or 5, the state party to further modify the proposal and find better proposals? I mean, there is a contradiction here. Either we remove the other paragraph or we change this paragraph. I mean, there's something, we should be coherent.
We'll go back to the paragraph 5, please, that has been referred to.
I don't know which number it it's a blue, it's paragraph in blue which was proposed by
Can I, the modifications?
Yeah.
Takes note, is para 7, takes note that the state party has considered over 50 different options for the
No, it's not this one. No, it's not this one.
Can
It's
the
another
rapporteur
one.
help us?
Yeah, encourage it. Paragraph 9.
Okay, paragraph 9 encourages the state party to continue to explore whether there are any further options to further reduce the adverse impact of the Western Portal. Now, the distinguished representative of Lebanon says that this contradicts this forms the rationale why he proposed to cancel the para 12, if I'm not mistaken. I see India has raised the plate. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was only trying to find a sort of a midway solution to this para 12 that we are stuck at. But you know, now that we are reading para 9 again, perhaps we may have to reframe. But if we could go back to para 12, which we were discussing, this one, I think we would also align ourselves with Qatar, St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the Japan, that we keep it, but we partially keep it, in a sense that the first part of it, wherein it says, having considered whether to describe, I think that bit could be deleted, and we could start with recognizes that the proposed design developments offer enhanced mitigation of the impacts, and it can continue. Well, it can continue till the end. But now that we have to read it in conjunction with paragraph 9, I think we would have to study it once again. And I would also want to see what follows thereafter, because it seems quite a few of these paras are interlinked with each other, as the distinguished delegate from the Lebanon has pointed out. So, but we could keep partially and remove the first part of it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All these amendments are already present on the blue form that has been emailed by the rapporteur. So I request state parties to open their laptops, log into the system, and access the amendments and scroll up and down whichever paras they wish to choose. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, you have the floor.
Yeah, I think that we should keep paragraph 9 as it is. And I would agree with the proposal just coming from India on 12 to remove the beginning of 12. But I think we should keep 9.
Okay. Lebanon, you have the floor. So now para 12, as suggested, would be recognizes. This is because of the para 9, that the proposed design developments offer enhanced mitigation and so and so. Now my question is, Qatar, would you be okay with that?
Oui, Monsieur le Président, et ça nous convient donc avec la proposition de l'Inde et Saint-Vincent et les Grenadines.
Thank you. Qatar, Japan, would you be okay with it?
Yes.
Thank you. Kenya, would you be okay with it?
I'm looking at 12 and 9 and proposing that for 12 to stand on 2 feet, 9 should actually go. It's a proposal.
The 9 is always standing. Let's not go into the past right now, but I know 12 will stand on its 2 feet because that's why the suggestion has been made by India, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Qatar and Japan are supporting it. It says, recognizing that the proposed design developments offer enhanced mitigation. Para 9 was explore further options. Para 12 says, recognizing that the proposed design offer enhanced mitigation. And they do not constitute sufficient ascertained or potential danger to warrant inclusion, because the intention of the member states right now appears not to have it included in the list of World Heritage in danger. So there has to be some form of a justification. In lieu of that, Kenya, can you live with how it appears now on the screen?
I now understand the connection.
Thank you, Excellency. Rapporteur, would you like to fine-tune the language, or it's okay?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Pas de modification textuelle, simplement peut-être préciser que le paragraphe 9 qui a été accordé par le comité incite à pousser à d'autres options, tandis que, comme vous l'avez dit, le paragraphe que nous considérons actuellement reconnaît que c'est déjà une amélioration, ce qui n'est pas spécifiquement contradictoire avec ce qui a déjà été adopté.
Thank you. So, are there any further objections to para 12? I see none. Let's go to para 13. Kenya has requested a cancellation of that para that refers to the DSOCR. Are there any objections to the deletion of the old para 13 and the new para 13 notes that the scheme with the proposed design developments provides the most feasible solution for the state party to the impact of the A303 road on the integrity of the property? I mean, after all this, do we really require para 13? Lebanon, you have the floor.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. If we say in paragraph 9 that the state party would try to find better solutions, we cannot say here that this is the best solution. So remove also paragraph 13 and we keep the paragraph 14 as amended by Kenya.
All right. Kenya, is it okay with you? We are towards the end of to adopting it and giving my sister, the ambassador of UK, a very happy evening. Are you okay with this, Kenya?
Would have preferred to keep number 13.
Okay, but do you agree with this? We know your preference, but we are reaching towards the end, and is ultimately para 14 what you want, and Lebanon has said that they're okay with it. So are you okay with the deletion request by Lebanon so that we can move on to para 14? It's going to be 7, so I will have to adjourn the meeting for tomorrow. Please let me know, Kenya. Qatar?
Juste pour vous confirmer qu'on est perdu. On ne sait pas dans quel paragraphe on parle. 13 qui a été supprimé, proposé par Kenya, ou on est au 13, le nouveau paragraphe 13. C'est juste une question. Où on est?
Thank you for that question. The old para 13 which was striked out, there is no objection to the Kenyan proposal to strike out, which appears in the red color. The new para 13 which appears in the blue color, Lebanon has said that they want it deleted. But Kenya has said that they would prefer it would remain. So I'm trying to appeal to Kenya that Lebanon has also said that they are okay with para 14, and after going through all the paras up to 12, we are on the verge of completion, hit the hammer, clap and go. But because of that, now we are stuck at 13 and it's past 7, so I may have to adjourn the meeting and take this item up tomorrow. So is it possible that the Lebanese suggestion, for sake of consensus, be accepted, is my humble request. That's what I'm looking at. The color blue, do you accept the Lebanese proposal to delete it? Kenya?
The main advantage of keeping number 13 is that it is very properly aligned with 12. That was my thought.
Thank you. India?
Thank you, Chair. I think it is perhaps better to delete this paragraph simply from the point of view that in para 14 we are asking for an updated state of conservation report. So since we are asking for an updated report, which will be discussed in 2026 as we can see it, it allows us an opportunity to go back and see whether that, that is the most feasible solution. So perhaps, yes, it should be, we would also think it can be deleted.
Thank you. Kenya, you have listened to the rationale from a state party. Would you be okay with its deletion after listening to the clarification?
After second consideration, since we have number 9 and number 12, and as explained by India, I think we'll have an opportunity to review how best it has worked, because we have also offered room for modifications to get the best outcome possible.
So are you in a position to accept the Lebanese suggestion to delete para 13? So,
yes, Chair.
All right, thank you. Lebanon, you have raised your plate and kept it back again. Okay. Any further objections to para 13? I see none. We go to para 14. Finally, request the state party to submit to the World Heritage Center by 1st December 2025 an updated report on the state of conservation of the property and the implementation of the above for examination by the World Heritage Committee at its 48th session. Are there any objections to this? I see none. Let's go back to the entire paras. Is there any objection to adoption of this decision as a whole? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-7B.18 adopted as amended. Congratulations, UK, and congratulations to everyone else. I would now ask whether any observer state delegation would like to express themselves about this property, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We welcome the committee's decision, and we would like to sincerely thank committee members for the time, attention and consideration you have given to this item. In particular, we thank the permanent delegation of the Republic of Kenya for their support in submitting this amendment. We care passionately about the UK's heritage, especially our iconic World Heritage sites. It has been a long and complex process, rightly so, for a project of this size and a site of this importance in order to arrive at the current proposed scheme. The scheme will transform the site, restoring peace and tranquility, bringing back the dark night skies, reconnecting the site and having the stones and landscape the respect and setting that a World Heritage Site deserves. We would like to recognize the extraordinary amount of time and effort from a huge number of people that have contributed to developing this solution, including the World Heritage Committee, World Heritage Centre, and advisory bodies. The UK will continue to be committed to open dialogue and a collaborative process with the importance of heritage at its heart. The UK will also continue to engage with the open-ended working group and remains committed to supporting the value and spirit of this important convention. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's proceed then. Dear colleagues, we have now reached the end of our afternoon session. We will resume at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning the examination of the remaining reports under Agenda Item 7A, State of Conservation Reports of Properties inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger. Once this is concluded, we will resume the examination of Item 7B. The Secretariat will shortly circulate a revised calendar for their examination. I also remind all Bureau members of our fourth meeting at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow in the Summit Room at Level 2. Thank you, and now I give the floor to the Secretariat to make an announcement.
Thank you, Chairperson. What I wanted to say after such a passionate debate is that we have 3 side events, and we really apologize because they were planned earlier, but they will start immediately after the closure, the adjournment of this session. The first side event is co-organized by UNESCO, the World Heritage Center, and the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on World Heritage. And this event is also supported by the governments of Australia and Canada, and it is entitled The World Heritage Convention and Demonstration of Free, Prior and Informed Consent. And it will take place in room MR6 from 7:15. And the second side event is organized by the Category 2 Center Wildlife Institute of India, and it is entitled World Heritage Related C2C under the auspices of UNESCO, Prospects and Opportunities. And this side event is taking place in room MR19, also starting from 1915. And lastly, the third side event of this late evening is co-organized by ICROM, the Swiss Federal Office of the Environment, IUCN, ICOMOS and UNESCO, and it is entitled Better Management of Our World Heritage, How to Use the Enhancing Our Heritage Toolkit 2.0. And this side event is taking place in the AB's space room MR17, also starting immediately at 7:15 p.m. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned till tomorrow. Have a nice evening.